This is going to be tight. Out of turn 4, ladies and gentlemen. The All-American 400 is underway.
Got to be careful. The bumps here can get you every time. Entering the corner, exiting the corner.
fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rid of the outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up top here.
Oh my god! Oh, big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get involved!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, here we go! Oh no!
That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
Welcome one and welcome all to the iRacing Esports Network this Sunday, the 1st of November 2020. It's V8SCOPS time, the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS. This is Australia's top sim community championship in the iRacing Australian touring cars, thanks to Too Easy Finance and Modem Simulation as well, and all put on by Oceanic Sim Racing. It is the 13th round of the season, and it is Belle Isle. We're going to the streets of Detroit, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one goes. I'm Reese Gardner, and just joining us now is Mr. Jake Sperry. Jake, been looking forward to this one. Belle Isle, just walls and concrete. What a place to go for the 13th round of what has been a fantastic 2020 season.
It's like a neon dream sometimes when you go to a place like this. It's a wonderful, wonderful track, Belle Isle. It's one which really is one of those tracks which you could effectively just slot into a Supercars Championship. You could put it into any Australian touring cars element and it would feel like it's right at home. And this is the sort of place where you could really say, wow, this is one which really is splitting a couple of tracks apart, but these drivers have to be right on their game today because street tracks, when it comes to this championship, they are few and far between.
They certainly are, and on the iRacing service as well. Let's have a look at where Belle Isle is. It's currently just over the border between Canada and the United States in the body of water off Detroit. Belle Isle right there, and it's very close to the urban area. And Detroit, obviously a place very significant to the history of the car. The Detroit automakers like General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler bringing their cars to the world for the vast majority of the 20th century. There's the circuit made up of some temporary roads on the Belle Isle Park, and it creates quite the interesting layout. It's almost Monaco-like in places, particularly that section from turns 7 to 11, very tight left-handers, and there's potential for carnage there. This is a track that has been around since roughly the mid-1980s, largely hosting American open-wheel racing. And touring cars are not quite the normal for this place, but they certainly put on a great show here in previous seasons and in previous events that we've held in the V8s at Belle Isle. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one goes. We do have Split 2 up first up, and it's going to be a 24-lapper with one compulsory pit stop, I believe. I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes.
Well, aren't we all at the moment? Of course, one golden ticket available here today in this first race that we've got, as everyone will be searching for the real opportunity. But Timer does put itself onto an expiry here when it comes to this free practice. The grade, of course, determined by 18 hours worth of pre-qualification here on the Motor City Detroit Belle Isle, and the grid will be coming up for you on your screen in the next couple of moments. There is the Scott Fountain there as we see Joshua Thomas on the pole position with Reese Keane alongside in the simrace.com DPR car. Neil Pearson going from third, also part of the DPR team. Then you've got Tyler Blackburn and Sean McNamara going from fifth position. Rob Bowden in sixth, Jamie McKnight and Jacob Knight. Well, the Knight to the round table, they find themselves on row 4. Then Mamol Queen and Jack Lemon rounding the top 10.
And Joshua Thomas, our pole sitter, actually making his V8SCOPS debut this weekend. A great way to start. It's Cameron Dance in P11 alongside Josh Morris with Blake Neck and Daniel Misdale on the 7th row of the grid. Justin Wallace and Dion Peters join each other in 15th and 16th. with Chris Owen, another debutant here this weekend, starting alongside Kane Hewson, Craig Anspach in 19th, and Simon Chadwick, yet another SCOPS debut in the 20th position.
And then you look on Christian Smart, Jamie Stovold on row 11. Then you've got Rob Harris and Craig Jones, Damon Stockton and Henry King, of course, the boss of ANZ, and many other teams out there as part of the HJR initiative there in 26. Sebastian Flock and Sean Thompson there, with Glenn Morris and Stephen Varga making it to 30 drivers then who are going to be taking themselves around this place. Reduced grid, of course, with all of the action that we have here. It's a very narrow circuit, so this street sprint is the only one on the race calendar of its type. There is the race conditions you can see on screen right now. It's 21 degrees in the air and 23 degrees on the track, meaning it is firstly A, cold, and B, this is not going to be this is going to be ideal in some respects, but a colder track means it's a lot more easier to find a bit of trouble. So we'll see how this one all plays out. This is a track where you do need to be very patient around here. Overtakes are going to be at a premium here today, and of course it's a short run towards turns 1 and 2, and nobody wants to end up like it's General Motors and find themselves on the inside of turn number 2 a little bit too early. There you can see the Evolution Racing Team car of Josh Thomas on pole position. Will want a nice clean getaway here, especially with those two simrigs.com DPR cars just behind that will definitely want to get through. The likes of Rob Bowden would definitely want a good race in the early proceedings as well. And of course, we are live for you, ladies and gentlemen, with SimSpeed TV, and we thank you very much for joining us with this coverage. If you haven't already, you can like, you can share, you can subscribe for more amazing content, which is brought to you with racing that happens almost every single day of the week at every hour of the morning, which includes 7 o'clock for me, which I didn't wake up for. But we are looking like we're going to be getting ourselves ready for some racing action in the not too distant and future. Who has exactly what it takes to put themselves right up at the very top? Who can book themselves with a golden ticket? One manual one mandatory pit stop required, but let's get ourselves ready then. 24 laps of racing action. It goes now, thanks to Barney the Flagman. It's a slow start by Neil Pearson there on the second row as Thomas is uninterrupted going into the opening couple of corners there as we're 3 wide in the middle of the pack there. There's one of the extra gaming cars there right in the thick of things. They go on through. It's a clean start through the opening couple of corners, but the run towards turn 3, that's going to be the key then. On the brakes they go. There's the race on Oscar, looking really, really aggressive in the early goings, but it's all nicely worked. But turn 3, oh, there's the Texans Fitstyle car there, just brushing against the wall. Cam Dance there, getting a little bit too close for comfort as they get on through, but some nice starts going through. Reese Keane especially there up to third.
Yeah, great start from Reese Keane. He's right on the back of Josh Thomas now as they come out of this section, and that is a real choke point, those right angle turns in the middle of the lap, but everyone seems to have gotten through more or less cleanly. Daniel Misdale and Blake Nett going side by side up to turn 7, which is a potential overtaking opportunity right here. There is Blake Nett going round the outside. And tight quarters there between Chris Owen and Josh Morris coming into this very tight left-hander. But they do have a couple more turns to go until they get to the tightest and slowest corner on the lap. Can Josh Morris throw it up the inside here? No, not on the first lap, but it's a good idea to swing it to the inside just to protect yourself.
Hyperdrive cars there in line at that moment. Morris and Hewson. It's a good start by Chris Owen actually there in the rival Autosport car. Very striking blue and black machine there, trying to make some places, already up into 15th right now at this moment in time and wanting a little bit more. We look though at Sean McNamara, someone who has been putting in all of the hard yards and efforts in many a series up and down when it has come to this Australian touring car, has finally made the jump over to SCOPS and looking pretty good here in Super Split 2. Up one place then from the start, exactly what's needed as drivers look to just try and get themselves through these opening couple of laps without too many dramas. Neil Pearson, of course, the biggest loser from anyone inside the top 10, down 3 places then off started definitely wanting to get back up forward there, that off-camp corner, but look at how it all just bottlenecks behind Wallace, and that's Chris Owen diving down the inside of one of the SimRace.com DPR cars, trying to get that one done, and that's Daniel Misdale who's going to be finding himself then on the wrong side here of Strand Drive number 1, heading to the quote-unquote 7-Eleven complex here, which turn 7 this is right now, and on that inside, Chris Owen making light work of it.
Absolutely. Great work there from Chris Owen, and you set that up in the exit before the straight. That is the important part. It's all about planning around this circuit, and Neil Pearson's going to be planning a few things here on Jamie McKnight. Of course, Pearson recovering from that bad start, and Jamie McKnight holding station really well in the United Sim Sports Commodore, but that was almost, I thought, a hint towards going towards the pits, but the pit window doesn't open until the end of lap 2, which these guys have just crossed.
Exactly, fastest lap, Josh Thomas, 1:29.4, is 1 second clear already of Reese Keane at the front of this pack right now. Everyone charging forward and hoping that they've got a very good early strategy available to them. Defensive line again being taken here by Jamie McKnight. You can see as well how close to the wall you need to get. A little bit squirrely goes Neil Pearson. They've got, of course, Damon Mulqueen as well, just behind in the Synergy Sim Racing car, and it's looking, someone's gone straight on there at turn 3, sorry there. So that's Rob Harris, who's got it all wrong in the KRF, the driver's seat car. Fantastically striking delivery. Now the HJR cars look like a rainbow as they go through. There is Josh Morris, though. The two teammates side by side as they go through. Just behind that, that's one of those tanked SRT cars being overtaken by Simon Chadwick in the 9.5 car, which gets away on through. Henry King making good progress in the number 7 and lunging for the inside. That's very brave. Slow it up. Just about managed it, but Chadwick has it all managed to figure out on the outside. He maintains position for the time being.
It's a baptism of fire for Simon Chadwick. King getting all over the curbs there and losing momentum, not able to get up the inside here in the hairpin. It's covered off very nicely by Chadwick, but that acceleration zone is very bumpy. Got to be very careful putting the power down there. No opportunity for King into that particular corner, but there we go. Into the wall goes Simon Chadwick. No space there, and that is just Constantine and Craig Anspach and Kristen Smart into each other. And have a look at this Sperry. They've all bunched up.
This is awkward, and Chadwick's got to find his pace pretty quickly, and look at this. Oh my goodness me, they are 2 wide, 4 deep to turn number 1, and somehow they all live as they go on through. There again, one of the DPR cars and Misdale going back as they go on through. I don't know how they're all still going in a straight line.
Yeah, Damon Stockton, I think, a bit unhappy with proceedings. He was flashing his headlights as the cars went by, but they all squeezed through turn 3 nicely, and Sebastian Flock moves up ahead. That's a crash. That's Damon Stockton and Stephen Varga coming together, and it looks like turn 4. It's a very difficult corner to put a move on, and looks to me like, as we go to a replay, thanks to our mates at Modem Simulation, Stockton was trying to protect the inside, but contact with Varga side by side. Look at what happened.
This is why we said, I don't know how they're still going at this moment in time, because it all ended there. That was a case, you could say, of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, and it's those fine margins in street circuit racing that you get there. That DPR car was moving to the inside, trying to get on the racing lights, open it up. Pearson tags the wall, though, coming out of the penultimate corner, turn 13 into 14 to finish the lap. And that's not ideal for Neil's drive here at this moment. But there is still a lot of time on the horizon to go and get this all working out nicely. Those tyres are going to be screaming out for a bit of help through the opening couple of corners. That's just one of those instances you get when you're in a tight pack and you don't know where your front nose is. You very easily find yourself in a little bit of trouble, as we can see some side by side, as that is Blake Neck and Justin Wallace going at it, and Chris Owen on the back of this as well. Neck well defended, and 2 going straight on there at turn 3, and one of them's a hyperdrive car.
Oh yeah, that's no good. Looks like that's Kane Hewson that's gotten into an awkward spot there. And Daniel Misdale getting going as well for the DPR team. And they had some good running up at the front of the field, but obviously Mr. Misdale not having the same fortunes. Jamie McKnight, meanwhile, trying to get back past Neil Pearson, because it looks like the pass was just made before.
And train, so to speak, which this is. Well, hey, Soul Sister, that's not quite what you were looking for right there. There you can see Jamie McKnight running wide there through the off-cam turn number 6 going on to Strand Drive. And just from that, it's so easy just to pick up the run and get it going. Now the likes of Damon Mulqueen and 42 who want to get in. We're going to stay on this replay, though, because we're looking at Justin Wallace right now, who looks like he's been tangled up in a little bit of something as they go on the brakes. Owen there on just behind wants to try and find a way through. Now, is there a little bit of a oopsie-daisy moment as they go on and try and make it happen? No real worries there at this moment, but look at the setup here, trying to get this one all working up.
Oh, no.
Inside, no room at the end, and, well, around you go, and the 913 will be feeling a little bit hard done by.
Yeah, and I think Chris Owen's going to have a penalty coming his way there, because I believe that those two were the ones battling just there. But we move on to Cameron Dance. That is indeed a move, a great move by Cameron Dance on, it looked like it was either Craig Anspatch or Rob Bowden. Rob Bowden right there. So he's starting to fall back into the clutches of Jacob Knight now. It could be a potential move down at turn 7. Cameron Dance has cleared them, and out moves Jacob Knight to have a little bit of a look on Rob Bowden, but nothing happening in the braking zone so far. Looked like a tiny little bit of a tap between the two of them. You get such close quarters around a circuit like this.
Certainly do, and there you can see that extra gaming car trying to make some progress here in 11th position, and that's some crabbing sideways almost there from Henry King in the number 7 ANZ Motorsports car, as he very nearly ran himself into a couple of troubles here and there, so he slams on the brakes. The nice little 4-5 car train approaching right now, 15th on down, all behind Jamie Stovall in the Pursuit Sim Racing machine, looking like he wants to try and get a really good fight on at this moment and gain some places. It's all calm though at the front of the field here, 7 laps in, 1.8 seconds for Josh Thomas in front, but for the time being anyway, it looks like everybody here in this battle, not like to Chris Owen, who's dropping down the timing stands. You've got many a driver in. In fact, that's the first stop, really. Chris Owen,
it's not.
Before the penalty,
it's a penalty.
That would be going on. So that's the penalty being served. Oh, nice kick and tail. Trying to get him going. And that's someone stopped again at turn 3.
Oh, it's Blake Neck.
Blake Neck.
Oh, that's a big shame for Blake. Once again, case of overshooting at turn 3, and the wall is right there to greet you. So now Blake's going to have to get going, assess the damage to his machine, and he's got cars bearing down on him here in 14th and 15th place. It looks like just behind him is Henry King and Christian Smart battling as well.
Exactly, everybody in this pack now is behind the Stovall train. Keanu Trulli would be incredibly proud of at this moment in time. Everything is looking pretty nice at the moment though, and set up for which way do you want to go. King under pressure there into turn number 7 by the Synergy Sim Racing driver there of Christian Smart in the 999 Mayday. Someone needs to call a police car in the United Kingdom, but ultimately Smart's okay for the moment on the brakes, going through the next right and doing okay for the time being. Has to be a little bit cautious about that very chrome silver car behind. It's drums behind. In goes a hyperdrive car into the wall. That's Glenn Morris, who's found a little bit of trouble there. It's so easy to do, just looping the car at 11, trying to put the power down so very quickly.
Yeah, and it looks like he did it all by himself there as well, poor Glenn Morris. In he comes, gets on the throttle over the bump, the rears just spin up, and unfortunately, front bumper into the wall. That's a bit of extra damage that he's going to have to carry for the rest of the race.
Not quite ideal. Just seeing that Damon Mulqueen has fallen behind a very, very technical issue-ridden Jack Lemon at this moment. There you can see technical issue found right now out on circuit, as Rob Bowden here is doing pretty nicely in 10th place. He'll want to get on through. There's your race leader, Josh Thomas, 2.3 seconds clear at the front of the field. Hasn't really had anything to worry about so far in this race. Reese Keane has not been in a position to really attack this one. Tyler Blackburn there at the 1/3 distance in 3rd place, had a really good start to this one, but everyone 2nd, 3rd and 4th keep each other honest to the tune of about 1.3 seconds between each other right now as they all jam on the brakes. This is Jamie Stovall in 13th, and the train behind him right now looks a little bit awkward right now. There's the fountain that we can see right now, and it looks like it's having a really nice day as they all find a way through turn 11 and try and attack this next section of the road. It's so frustrating sometimes, Reese, isn't it, to be stuck in a 6-car train and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, especially around Belle Isle, because there's walls everywhere, there's very tight turns, you don't have much room between corners as we see another car going into the pits. It looks like that's Henry King. And I want to highlight Jack Lemon as well, because, you know, obviously suffering some technical issues, but he's had a great turn of pace in the last couple of laps. He's really catching up to Jamie McKnight now.
He certainly is, and Jamie McKnight will be very concerned about that vehicle behind, seeing as he's seeing it maybe about 6-7 times forward and back in terms of this race. But you can see the likes of Rob Bowden, though, in 10th position. Oh, nice bit of tail coming out of the corner, but able now to gather it back up again. Jacob Knight will definitely want a way back into this one here and try and get a move, but you don't get a million miles here on the first bit of Strand Drive, but the second bit you also don't get a million miles either. So it's all work to be done as they enter the fountain section of the track and look to really go out there, be aggressive, find some time potentially here. And this very, very easy to overstate turn 11. It's always very tough. So not quite going to be in a position just now, but you always have to be positioning. This is a tactical track where you're trying to work out, okay, where's the car in front got a weakness? Where can I find a small mistake?
Yeah, exactly. And it's all about lining up a run out of a corner coming onto a straight so you can make a move into a corner like turn 3. So Jacob Knight out of 1 and 2. Nice and smooth. There's a big bump on the exit there and a little bit of a wall tap for 10th place Rob Bowden. That opens the door to Jacob Knight, and here we go. Exactly as I thought, but just a little too late to make the move. It's a wide corner is turn 3, but it tightens up something chronic. The pit lane is a flurry of activity right now because Blake Neck, Christian Smart all in, and Sebastian Flock too.
A lot of people looking to try and cover off the move that Henry King made, as there's some side-by-side. Craig Anspatch and Craig Jones, the privateer, the former Mark 1 driver Craig Jones. So if anyone's looking for Craig Jones to join your team, well, now's the time to make your offers known. He's got himself a nice chrome car, and he's looking pretty nice at the moment at this stage in the 111 14th position. There is Chris Owen as well, who will need to make his mandatory stop after the penalty earlier on. He's with Daniel Misdale right now and will be wanting to try and get back up into 16th position on track at the moment. He's not quite there just yet on the brakes, trying to pull it up and get the Mustang moving forward in this all Mustang battle right now. And in fact, there's a Mustang behind as well in the form of a Team Hyperdrive car. Not quite there at the moment, but there is still time on the horizon as we see where Blake next come out right with Henry King.
Yep, and of course Henry King already having taken his stop, so Blake Neck's tyres still going to be coming up to their optimum temperatures and pressures. That's the chance that King needs as we see Jacob Knight making an appearance in pit lane.
Yeah, making that stop then, and we'll be looking for a pretty good run of things right now as we continue to focus on this battle in 20th position as they look to try and move on forward through the right of this brilliant turn 12 into turn 13. I can never get turn 12 correct when I'm driving around in these sorts of vehicles. I'm always finding myself bashing into the wall, really taking for granted just how much of a braking zone that section of track is. But off and away as we see there's the pit. It's a very empty place right now with someone else diving down in, and that one is the 380 car just pulling away a little bit, doing exactly what's needed to be done at this stage. Just build a little bit of a gap if you can, give yourself a bit of a buffer. Your race leader, though, is here. Josh Thomas in the 66. He hasn't quite executed that order so far today, where he's just been pulling away more and more. He's now got 3 seconds as he goes on for another lap. We're feeling right now, though, that it's about second, third, and fourth, and hoping that there is a mistake from Josh Thomas somewhere. But fifth place comes in. Neil Pearson's going to be the first of the leaders to really make a concerted effort to make a stop.
And Jamie McKnight's followed him in too, as has Rob Bowden and Josh Morris, all of those drivers coming in there. So now Neil Pearson's race is going to get reset, and he's going to have a slight advantage for the next two or so laps thanks to fresh tyres. That's what the drivers are going to have to think about. Also, remember the fuel. It's a 50% fuel tank capacity restriction in this race. So if the drivers don't pit before a certain point, they're just going to conk out.
Daniel Misdale also decides to dive down into the pits as a lot of drivers are thinking about going a little bit longer around this one today. Track position is going to be very vital to the strategy card, so if someone decides to stay out long, that could really affect the way that you're running this one. There is Reese Keane, and he is starting to fall backwards into Tyler Blackburn in the 947 race on Ozcars, so that's not going to be quite ideal at the moment, as the Hervey Bay Autoglass sponsored car is going to want to try and get close to the Simrigs.com sponsored car in the not too distant future. Maybe it's a good time, if you are Tyler Blackburn, to think about coming in, getting that one lap undercut in on the strategy right now, because you know that every single lap becomes a battleground if you can't make it happen, and they're both going to stay out. McNamara behind as well, having a really good run actually today is Sean McNamara. He's looking for a good run as well in 4th place, as he'll be definitely looking to try and stay in a range right now, but for the time being anyway, they stay as they are, and that's only going to give a little bit of an advantage here to a few drivers. In comes Jack Lemon, in comes Damon Mulqueen.
Indeed they do. So I'm going to be monitoring how long Jack Lemon is stopped. Jamie McKnight's pit stop was 11.6 seconds. See how long it takes Jack Lemon to do the same. There's Neil Pearson flitting on by and getting himself back into the top 10 in terms of position. But where is Jamie McKnight?
Well, you see right
Just
now, there is
behind
Jamie
him
McKnight, and he is out and away. There is Damon Mulqueen.
Jack
And
Lemon
look at
lost
the
out
vehicles in the
hugely.
middle. It looks like Bowden's got himself the run through the 16 car. So this is awkward. A bit of side by side as they go on through. Has he got enough to really fight it on the outside? Well, it's going to be held by the 42, but of course cold tyres up on 2 wheels. That's what you have to be careful of with cold tyres. Cold tyres avoid the curbs. And very nearly going for an up and over moment there was the number 42, Mulqueen. The answer to a lot of questions here, but he's got himself the answer, and that is now he is in 13th place.
Wow, that was a great move there, and just goes to show what kind of driving is required around this circuit, using the over-under move on the exit of the slow corners. But Damon Mulqueen sticking really well with Rob Bowden here as they come into turn 7. It's such a tight section of track, and there's no runoff there to save you. Neither is there any here, and a big bump in the middle of the circuit as well. Got to be careful of your throttle application through there. Looks like Mulqueen has not had great luck through that section as Cameron Dance comes into the pits. Mulqueen has Jack Lemon right on his rear bumper now.
And that's going to be a little bit awkward as they head towards turn number 12. And how are they going to be working this one out? Of course, this is also not going to be ideal for that hyperdrive car behind. You will not be getting the benefits of the tow as much with all of the technical issues that Jack Lemon is dealing with right now, as there is Cam Dance, and he's going to come out right in the middle of this one here as he looks to get out and away. Bowden's going to try and get a good run here, coming through turn number 2, up and over the river, and now towards turn 3, but Dance has got that one just enough as they try and work this one out. To the inside looking here is Jack Lemon. Has he got enough on the brakes as he goes on through? It looks like he has got the position. I'm not surprised with that one, because that would have been very awkward for the number 42 to deal with. So nicely worked then as they go on through and continue to go on. But in comes Damon Stockton in to make a stop from 27th position with a bit of damage as well to boot.
Yeah, Damon has not had a great race, of course, showing some displeasure during the... Oh, no, Cameron Dance has had a spin, and that looks like... Oh, that's Jack Lemon as well. And that is at the exit of the slow right-angle turn section out of turn 6. So what happened to them here? Looks like Dance just had some trouble getting out of the corner, hit the wall. Jack Lemon wanted to try and go for it, but those technical issues... basically means that there was nothing Cam could do there. Looked like another car was involved too.
It certainly does, and that was awkward as McNamara has come in for a stop. Stovall in onto the lane as in comes the tanked SRT car as well of Craig Anspach. They're looking to try and make a stop as well, so they're all in on the lane. That's a bit of sideways there from one of the hyperdrive cars behind Josh Thomas, who leads this event right now and will be hoping to try and get through. That's Dion Peters having a sideways moment and having a bit of fun with things as well, I think is the right way to call it. right now as well. 1 lap down, well, that's all you can have sometimes when you're 1 lap down, is a little bit of fun. No safety cars have been called. There out and away is one Mr. Stovall. There you can see where he's come out with Henry King and Sean Thompson. The RA2 and, of course, the ANZ Motorsports cars are teammates, and that's around the outside from Henry King at turn 3, and he's just going to run out of road trying to get that one sorted.
Yeah, quite brave under the brakes was Henry King. What can he do in the next couple of turns? He'll be hoping that Stovall makes a mistake on the exit of 6. But just through the turn they go. That is Cameron Dance just up ahead of them. And Stovall gets out nice and cleanly. Actually gaps Henry King on the exit. So now King is going to fall under more pressure now from Sean Thompson.
Exactly, and they'll try and coordinate this one here at HJR and work out, well, is it going to be Henry King or Sean Thompson that goes on and decides to have an attack? Sean Thompson's someone who on his day can be a top split driver, can be someone who challenges the establishment, but ultimately those days have been a little bit far away, as likes of Craig Jones down on the lane in the 111 car going a very long time, lap 16 of 24. The top 3 haven't come down in yet and made their stop, which is a little bit surprising. So this is effectively advantage McNamara, you could say, who could be jumping up into 2nd position, all things considered, as Josh Morris here in 10th place is in a scrap with Damon Mulqueen.
He is indeed, and they've got Rob Bowden just up ahead of them, who's starting to pull away. And Mulqueen has done really well to hold off the advances of Morris so far. They've been like this for a couple of laps, but if they continue slowing each other up like they are, they got Blake Neck waiting just behind in 11th place, so that could be a potential top 10 for Mr. Neck. And as you see there, yes indeed, Sean Thompson threw on Henry King.
Exactly. They weren't going to wait too long. Craig Jones has just come out of the pits behind them, though, in 16th position. That'll be something they're thinking of. Race leader in, though. Josh Thomas dives down in. In from 2nd position comes Reese Keenan. That will release Tyler Blackburn as your race leader on lap 17 of 24, going an incredibly long distance and looking to try and make an overcut work right now. Where is McNamara? He's in the 9.5 eSports car going through the right of turn 12 into turn 13, and he's looking like he's put in some really nice laps over the run, and he looks like he could be getting just that little bit closer. How's it going to look on exit? You can see on the right, they're all going to be trying to get going here in the moment. They are out, they are ahead, but crucially, McNamara is not a million miles away. It's 2.1 seconds, which looks pretty on par to what it was, so he wasn't able to get everything out of the undercut there, was McNamara.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think Josh Thomas and Reese Keane just got into a rhythm there, very comfortable on the old tyres and able to keep that gap up. There's Cameron Dance coming into the pits once again, I think to get some damage repaired. Jack Lemon, meanwhile, has been black flagged for that hit on Dance, as we see Kane Hewson come on into the pits, but that lead battle, it looks like, is pretty much sorted, because once Blackburn comes in, they'll jet on through.
But the question is, will he hold on to 3rd place? Will Tyler Blackburn going through the right of turn 13? Expect a flick on right into the pits, and that is a flick on right into the pits, and that was very much a long hold on the brakes there, trying to hit the marks. It does surprise and jump on you, those yellow commitment cones where you have to be pretty much on it. This will be a drive down to about the later boxes. You can see all the crews there on the right hand side, and now he'll get some tyres, he'll get a bit of fuel, and he'll hope to get on going again. Josh Thomas pretty much has been unchallenged so far here in this event. Lap 18 of 24 he is going on to right now through turn number 1 and into the race lead, and they're just leaving is the Hervey Bay Auto Glass car. They're just trying to get through, and is that McNamara just behind there trying to get right on close? It's a lot closer than it was between those three. 1.2 seconds there or thereabouts. That's half a second gone there, down to 0.7. So McNamara, he's in a range here to go and attack as 2nd, 3rd and 4th. This is not sorted.
No, certainly not. Interesting to note, though, Sean McNamara actually has the longest pit stop time out of anyone in the top 5. He was stopped for 13.6 seconds. Josh Thomas, meanwhile, 12.9. Tyler Blackburn, 12.1. And oh no, that's Damon Mulqueen in the number 42 in the wall at turn 3. Let's have a look at what happened.
It's easy to do. It was a big battle pack behind one Mr. Rob Bowden in the number 16 tanked SRT car. He died for the inside, but as it so often is at turn 3, if you overshoot it, well, there's a big wall there which you're not going to avoid. It sticks out at you like a sore thumb at times, and effectively when you whack it you go, ow, that hurt, and I lost a million positions.
Yeah, and if your brakes aren't working, then the wall's going to help you out a bit there. So, unfortunate for Damon Mulqueen, the move was attempted, but just too late on the brakes, and off the racing line as well, not as much rubber there to give you the grip you need.
Exactly, and now you've got to start wondering here, with not long to go in this event, we're into the final quarter of this race. Can Tyler Blackburn hold on to that third place? He'll be getting his tyres up to temperature. They are fresher than Sean McNamara's, but McNamara's found that groove and has found that groove early. Also, Neil Pearson is there in 5th place. Remember, he was the earliest taker onto the lane of anybody, effectively, in terms of the front runners, and he's only 1.5 seconds behind McNamara here. So Neil Pearson certainly not out of the realms of possibilities of finding places right now as we take a look at the 062 Simrigs.com DPR racing car right now, who started in 3rd position. This has been a good run, trying to claw this one on back, but for the time being here, we've got some more battling a little bit further down. Sean Thompson wants in here with Craig Jones, and that one just not able to find just yet, but Jones has already found a way through on them so far, so Craig Jones having a really ripper run.
Yeah, the former Mach 1 driver doing very well, as is Henry King here, working his way back up into 16th with Craig Anspatch just behind him. Looks like this is a potential move as well. Those tanked SRT cars, always some of the most striking liveries we see in any Scops field, as that is Jamie McKnight and Justin Wallace and Stephen Varga side by side. Different team cars there, and wow, Varga trying his best up the inside, but Justin Wallace going to try and come back at him. Varga, though, with the exit, was able to put the power down just a little bit earlier. It doesn't seem to have translated into a great run for him, though. He's going to come up on the inside.
Oh, this is going to be awkward. A little bit of oopsie-daisy then as they get in on the brakes. A little bit of argy-bargy, and in the wall goes Wallace. And just like that, Varga will get the just rewards for fighting too hard around Detroit's Belle Isle circuit. And just about holding it in station, there is Sean McNamara in 4th position, wanting to try and get this place then on Tyler Blackburn and Reece Keane as well, and get 2nd place as they have 5 laps, well 4.5 now, as they exit turn number 6 and look to try and attack then the second half of the lap. So work to be done here to try and close on up and make things happen. Josh Morris as well in 9th place, having a very underrated drive in the 032. Blake Neck there in 10th behind as well, having a good run. Rob Bowden is a bottleneck in 8th place.
Yeah, looking like it. Bowden's last lap time was a 1:31.2 and a 1:30.8 for Josh Morris, 1:30.6 for Blake Neck. So Neck in that Victorian flag marshalling Mustang is the fastest out of this pack. He hasn't got much time left to make a move, though, and as we've said, there's not many opportunities. We flit on over to, looks like Christian Smart, who is now just gotten through on, that looks like Sean Thompson there in the 092. I'll have a look at McNamara, though, getting closer and closer to Blackburn.
Half a second, trying to get a good run here out of turn 2, always fighting with the steering up and over the crest, but again, not quite in a position just yet. He needs to be about 0.3 of a second closer, and it's tough to be that close around this place. You've got to be really switched on and on it to try and get yourself into that run. As we take a little look from aerial perspective here at just how difficult this track is, and there's the sliding that you get through that left, and that would have been a 10th gained there on Tyler Blackburn by McNamara, by the fact that it was a slightly missed apex by Mr. Blackburn, who had to try and gather it up on the exit and not slam into the outside wall at turn number 5. So he's done well, but ultimately McNamara has got to be switched on right now, and if he wants that podium place, he's just got to be aggressive here in terms of this super split 2. And that is the Ratu car. That is Sean Thompson in the wall.
Oh, that's a big shame for him, going down the order at turn 3, and I wonder if this is going to be the same story that we've seen in the past. Getting on the brakes does Sean Thompson. not making a move, but I think maybe a micro lock, maybe just missing the braking point. He did well to keep it out of the wall there, just grazing the front bumper against the concrete.
Certainly. Oh, and as we say that, we go back to Sean Thompson in the wall again at turn number 4. So ultimately, when it rains, it very much pours when it comes to Detroit Belle Isle. He gets himself going again. Nicely well worked. And here's Chris Owen jumping onto the scene. That's a slide in the background. Oh, there was contact there as well. Chris Owen going through. There wasn't much in that, but there was enough that Sean Thompson found fence.
Yeah, that's just gone from bad to worse for Sean, and poor Chris Owen there. Probably wondering what race control is going to do about that, but I don't think that was worth a penalty personally. Back to 3rd and 4th, meanwhile, Sean McNamara and Tyler Blackburn went down to half a second between the two of them, but the gap just ebbs and flows corner to corner. Could this be a podium for the Scops debutant? We've already got one in the lead.
We do have one in the lead, and Josh Thomas has been unchallenged so far, and he's got 3 laps to try and convert this, but you never say never here at Detroit Belle Isle. You can find a wall so quickly and very much run into troubles like, say, Adelaide 94 and Michael Schumacher, for example. But you now start looking at this then, and these 3 drivers, remember, Blackburn's not a million miles away from Reese Keane. He's about equidistant here in terms of this battle, so maybe Reese Keane could also be in a bit of trouble in 2nd position as they go on through, and they'll have 2 laps to go at the line, trying to work this one all out. They are pulling away from Neil Pearson. That's the good news here about these 3, but the bad news that they've got is that they're not really poised to go and make any moves out there on the road. There is Josh Morris in the 9th position, the 032 Team Hyperdrive car. Looks like a good run there from Blake Neck, and this might be next chance.
Might just be, and Rob Bowden was getting a bit squirrely up ahead as well in the Tank SRT machine. On board then with Blake Neck through 1 and 2. Love these flowing corners to start off the lap. How is he going to hook up the exit? Doesn't seem like he's close enough to go for a lunge in the braking zone, but things could certainly change. Morris going in the middle of the road to go defensive. That gives Blake Neck the outside, but he's overshot it. Oh, just avoid. Nope, there we go. Tapping the tires is Blake Neck, and all of the hard work he's just done has been undone. So now it's down to Bowden and Morris for 8th and 9th.
Exactly, so this is what Rob Bowden needs to do. This is one of the few tracks where you are maybe a little bit down on pace. You can recover it in terms of just driving a very concerted drive, and this is what Rob Bowden's done, just kept it out of trouble where a lot of drivers up and down the order have run into those said dramas here today. But we've got ourselves a lap and a little bit remaining here in this one. As we look at the Pixelsaurus car of Henry King under pressure, Sebastian Flock wants in on the action. There's Craig Anspach as well in 17th. Remember, Henry King was the first taker of anybody dive down onto the lane, so this is a hold-on scenario right now as we do start the final lap of this race. King is under that pressure here as they go through the left of turn 8, which leads into the left of turn 9. Heavy curve there on the left, and the left of turn 10. And then to finish off the 7-11, thank you for your experience. And now have yourself the second bit of Strand Drive. Looking to go out there and attack this next section of road into 12 and 13. And ultimately, it's again not quite there. Seb Flock wants to get a little bit closer to make this one happen. Got a great drive, though, out of 13. And, well, here comes the run. And ultimately, it's going to have to be tempered through towards turn number 1 out on circuit. But Henry King is screaming for a bit of grip here as there is Anspach starting to get aggressive and looking for the inside potentially as he wants to get the move done. It's going to be close between them all the way to the checkered flag. As you can see, they're fanning out, defended by the number 7, and ultimately Anspach trying around the outside. Has he got enough of it? No, he doesn't. Let's go, though, to Josh Thomas, though, who is just coming out of turn 11 right now. What a drive he has had today. He has been unchallenged. He's built the gap, brought himself just a couple of seconds, and he's only needed that as he takes his drive through turn 13, takes the final corner, and says, race 1, golden ticket. I'm in the main event here of a Scops race.
Great win for Josh Thomas. Started in front and never looked back. An incredible run for Reese Keane and for Tyler Blackburn as well. Sean McNamara, though, I reckon, one of the stars of the show today in 4th place. Jamie McKnight coming across for 6th, only just beating out Jacob Knight. It looks like Rob Bowden, with the defensive drive of the race for my money, is just going to hold off the advances of Josh Morris.
And he'll get an extra 4x there in terms of his incident points there coming over the line. Not ideal at all. Now, this is awkward here for 20th, 21st and 22nd position. Varga Wallace and Chris Owen's going to be trying to search every which way, trying to find a way through. He's trying to open up the corner, get a good run here towards turn 12, because this is the last real chance you have to go and make a move. Not close enough, but how good's the run going to be? All tap of the wall as well there for the rival oil sport car, and well, that's going to be how it is. They go through. No, out of fuel. There goes the car of Justin Wallace, and that could be, he's just about held it off on the 113. So Justin Wallace there found himself a little bit short coming towards the line, but there is your race winner, number 66, and we'll get official classified results for you up on your screen in the very next few moments, because, well, they're back again. Evolution Racing Team, they've been quiet. They've been dropping drivers left and right all season, but Josh Thomas has found a way to the main event. 24 laps of hard graft, and the victory is his. Reese Keane finishes this one in 2nd position, 3.5 seconds back of your race winner, with Tyler Blackburn and Sean McNamara hounding around all the way to the end of that race. Neil Pearson gets 5th place with a very, very underrated strategy call, with the 2 Knights, McKnight and Knight, 6th and 7th position. Rob Bowden will take a very, very good 8th place, with Josh Morris in 9th for Team Hyperdrive, and Blake Neck, a privateer, rounding out the top 10 with a good run in the 380.
A good run indeed. And Jamie Stovald, I think one of the biggest movers in the field, started 22nd and ends up 11th for his troubles. He finishes ahead of Damon Mulqueen, with Craig Jones finishing lucky 13th as a new privateer as well. Christian Smart and Henry King are going to round out the top 15, with Sebastian Flock just behind. Have a look at that gap between King and Flock, less than a 10th. Craig Anspatch, Daniel Misdale, Glenn Morris and Stephen Varga rounded out the top 20.
And on to page 3. Chris Owen had himself a drive-through penalty today. He finishes 21st, ahead of Justin Wallace, who gets 22nd position after running out of fuel. Dion Peters, the last finisher on the leading lap, couldn't pick it all up. And then you hit retirement central here, ladies and gentlemen, and these drivers did not have the best of times today. Sean Thompson, Rob Harris, Cameron Dance, Jack Lemon, Kane Hewson, Damon Stockton, and on debut Simon Chadwick running into a few troubles as well in the 771. So those were the dramas of Super Split 2, but that's not the end of sim racing action that we have for you here today. The championship is in the hands of Madison Down with 150 points to his name, but can the Trans-Tasman Racing driver extend that margin going on forward, or is he going to be in a little bit more dramas today around a track which is traditionally tough to get correct? We're going to step aside for one moment. We'll be back with your main event coming up with you after this.
fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got really outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up to him!
Oh my God!
Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go!
Oh no!
That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your virtual racing school SCOPS 2020 season. Here with you with SimSpeed TV on the iRacing eSports network. We've got ourselves a really bumper championship battle going on right now as we take ourselves over to main event action here at Detroit Belle Isle. 31 drivers will be searching for lap time here, and more importantly than that, they'll be searching for a really good grid position as we have ourselves a full grid shootout available today in qualifying. This is going to be one you definitely do not want to miss. My name's Jake Sperry, joined alongside by the Southport racer, Reese Gardner, here for this one. And well, Reese, we've been talking about this championship all season long. It looked like without drop rounds, it was going one way. We started to add drop rounds, it started to look another way. And there have been two stalwarts at the top of this championship. As you can see right now on screen, this is how the championship looks. You've got 4 drivers within a 300-point margin, which is very, very key to the championship right now. Madison down, though, 150 points clear. That will feel comfortable for him right now, but if he runs into troubles and has to use a drop round here today, then it won't be very comfortable at all.
No, certainly not. And this will be a round where you can expect that kind of chaos. So I think Madison's going to be driving extra careful tonight. He's always a careful driver anyway, so not much of a change. Forza El Nabi, though, 150 points behind. He's put on some really strong performances, particularly in the first half of the season, but throughout the Enduros, he once again put in some great drives, but just wasn't able to get close enough to make that margin better between himself and Madison down. Andrew Gilliam, though, looking really good there in third place with 245-point gap. I mean, his form, we don't really have much more to say about that. We've been singing his praises since Mosport, even before.
Exactly. Andrew Gilliam has really found a good season underneath him. He's proven now to be one of those title contender style drivers that we've seen. You've got other drivers who have done well. Jake Maloney, Harley Haber, not here after penalties caught up with Mr. Haber. Got likes of Thomas Hinz, who's had a very, very quiet and underrated run in this championship to 7th. And you get those drivers 7th, 8th and 9th who don't necessarily find themselves at the top of the timing stand, so to speak here, Reese, but what they are able to do is just put that consistency value in, and when those drop rounds come in, you know, they have the Ross Rizzo style of drive where they move up in the championship, and it's how on earth are we in this place?
To finish first, you must first finish, and drivers like Thomas Hinz, Michael Taliancic and Kurt Stenberg are true representations of that. I've noted, ever since the first season in Stenberg's case, he's been in this series since the very start, and every time he has done his damnedest to get to that finish. I want to highlight as well Adam Briggs there in 10th place in the standings. What a great run for him. Briggsy's put on some great drives, especially during the Enduros, and DPR looking very strong this year.
Absolutely, and they'll be hoping that they find a lot more out of it here today at this Detroit Belle Isle circuit. As we take a little look, there's the statue that overlooks turn number 3 out there on circuit, and as is the case here with racing right now, we are moving on towards that border between the United States of America and Canada as well, the likes of Pittsburgh, where the Steelers are, Cleveland, where the Browns are, Buffalo, where the Bills are, and you've got Chicago, Wings, where the Bears are, and Milwaukee as well, up there at the top for those who like their American football. But down in we go, and this is the island in the middle of the river right now, and this is where the track finds itself. A brilliant run that you have here today, 3.798, or we'll just call it 3.8 kilometers worth of racing, 125 meters to turn number 1, and this is a really important track to try and get things right. Your key overtaking areas, turn 3, turn 7, turn 12, and turn 1. Those are the places you're going to need to get it done today here, Reese. This is a track which definitely separates men from boys.
Yeah, it certainly does, and we saw that in action during the Split 2 race just before. But for these guys in Split 1, they've got about 15 minutes of practice left to suss out the conditions out there today, and they will all get one opportunity each to set their qualifying time for the 200-kilometer race we've got coming up. It is only a single race for Split 1 here tonight, but it's going to be one heck of a race. I mean, these turns, you can see just how sharp most of them are. You can see how long the straights are. You know, this track, mostly concrete, so those heavy braking zones are going to require some extra commitment, maybe a bit of finesse on that middle pedal.
And that middle pedal is going to have a lot of work here today. 53 laps worth of racing action that we will have available to you, ladies and gentlemen. So this is going to be a long battle around this IndyCar-styled circuit right now. Of course, the Detroit Belle Isle race is one of the highlights of the calendar when IndyCar do jump around. But of course, you have to say, with these styles of circuit, they are very, very conducive to the supercars style of driving. Of course, Scott McLaughlin, no real concerns about him. He's jumped over towards IndyCar and had his race, which didn't go the way that he wanted to at St. Petersburg, but he'll be certainly looking for things, as James Scott is currently fastest in practice right now. But ultimately, what you can say is that there are a few tracks that IndyCar do run, and they do have a good relationship with iRacing, which could be very, very worth having a look at maybe at the potential future. Not saying that they are coming onto the service, but what we, Reese, would like to see coming onto the service, I wouldn't mind seeing a track like St. Petersburg or even Toronto finding its way onto the calendar, and especially as with the service as well, seeing that there have been a couple of little updates being teased in the iRacing forums of Long Beach looking to go away from a development test track over towards a fully fledged track. You would say that, you know, that sort of style is been a little bit lacking on the iRacing service, and we're starting to get a crop of these small tracks really gaining itself around.
Yeah, I agree. I think with the way tech has progressed since Long Beach was first done by iRacing, the main reason it's a tech track at the moment is because there's just so many objects around the track, and it's with the technology of the time weren't quite able to get some good frames out of it. But now there is certainly potential for it, and iRacing is working on Long Beach, bringing it up to that fully fledged standard. I reckon tracks like St. Petersburg and Toronto wouldn't be out of place on the iRacing service. They'd certainly be in good company here with Belle Isle, and I'm so glad that Belle Isle has made it onto iRacing and all of its laser scanned glory. The thing with street circuits is they often have extra foibles when in comparison to proper racetracks. I mean, these are public roads, so cars and people go over them every single day. Of course, as I've mentioned, it's concrete, so there's not much grip full stop, and you have the tight corners and big curves to deal with. It's not something that you see often.
It's also the first and probably the last time foibles ever gets used in the broadcast here, as we've never heard that word before, and I doubt we'll hear it again since. But
I've said it before.
I've never heard it before. But ultimately, we are seeing drivers looking to try and work everything out. Here's Corey Shepherd in the 718 and Kyle George in the 910. But Corey Shepherd, the Mr. Antenna car for the Premier Racing team. What a season this driver's had. He's not had a full season here in Scops, but when he has been racing, he has been up there and challenging in and around that top 10, and has been a staple fixture of a lot of these events, and someone who could definitely be someone who knocks on the door, similar to Adam Briggs, and says, you know what, I may be on for more than a top 10 next season. I could be fighting for top 5 in the championship very, very comfortably. Jordan Caruso, 1:29.128. It's the fastest time then in the practices at the moment for the Altus Esports team. And Corey Shepherd here, how do you feel that his season has gone as someone who has really profited and gained from the jump from 2019 spec, of course, on the old vehicles to 2020 spec in the new ones?
Yeah, well, that is the big change that you got to deal with, and some drivers have had more success transitioning to these new cars than others. They do require a slightly different style to the older cars on the iRacing service, which you are able to grab and drive yourself. As Kobe Jones goes to P5, this is another guy that we've been watching, Sperry, throughout the season, and I reckon on the same level as Corey Shepherd, these are guys from teams that, you know, we don't give much attention to, and they come out here and just get it done. They've got great skill, and it certainly has great potential for development as well.
I have to say that the work that has been done this week, and when I was looking over at a couple of messages from the HJR team, because I am quite close with those sorts of guys, Kobe Jones, Ben Christensen, Henry King and the like, they were pretty happy with what they were doing in pre-qualifications. They didn't stray outside of the top 10. Christensen was 4th after day 1. Kobe Jones was comfortably inside the top 10 as Adam Briggs jumps up into that 5th place now. So there is certainly time on the horizon for these sorts of drivers, and this could be a really good event for HJR and especially ANZ Motorsports as well, as the Jinx Shifters sponsored car is going to be one which I think might be up there in terms of one-shot qualification. But to another driver right now, and it's the 707 I want to pay a little bit of close attention to right now. And then you can see it's a bright shade of purple. It's not the team you saw him last with. Tom Freer, well, we've been talking about people who have been making shakes-ups and changes. Well, he's made a shake-up and change so much, he's jumped from the team over at Pursuit over to the team at Synergy.
Yeah, that's quite the surprise because obviously we've been keeping an eye on Pursuit. They have the likes of Andrew Gilliam and Michael Taliancic in their stable, and they've been moving forward gradually throughout this year. Tom Freer is one of those guys that was representing the team really well in that stage, but Synergy Sim Racing, one of the older teams in this community and one of the more active ones as well. They are on a bit of a rebuilding stage. They got Jordan Ross back at the start of the year, and he's put in some pretty good drives for them. But Tom Freer, new to the stable. I'm interested to see how he's going to go. Tom seems like a pretty chill guy, so I think he'll fit really well with the culture of Synergy Sim Racing. Question is, what difference is it going to make in terms of his on-track pace?
Well, Tom, I had a little chat with Tom, actually, as he actually broke the news to me yesterday afternoon, and that's yesterday afternoon in a UK time, so he broke it to me in the morning, and he said to me, I'm looking for a team that wants to have a bit more focus here on this SCOPS season. I'm not looking for a team like Pursuit, who seemingly have a lot of eggs in different baskets, wanting to push the Porsche, wanting to push for going for a pro run, potentially, is what we're seeing from the likes of the Pursuit Sim Racing team. So that's why Tom Freer's jumped off the wagon there and moved over here. Chris Cox said, though, 17th in practice, and one of the Zuva cars just pulling off, getting himself out and away. And there's another one of the HJR cars, it's the KRFI Candy team, and Hayden Veld, who will be looking for a really good run of things here today. A lot of the HJR cars have populated themselves inside the top 30. Someone else who has 087, keep an eye on that 087, that's Cameron Veacock here, who will be someone worth keeping in mind here today. He's got simrigs.com on the side, but he is, I do believe, not a part of the DPR team. So Cameron Veacock is definitely going to be someone who is worth just keeping a little eye out on here today, on what I believe is one of his first starts of the season.
Yes, indeed, and at a standstill on the straight leading up to turn 3. I'm not quite sure what kind of issue he's having. It looks like he might be practicing his start. This is a good opportunity for that. Just making sure that he gets the line locker set up correctly. There's a real strategy to starting these cars off correctly. You have to hold the clutch and the handbrake at a certain point, and that is how they manage to get away from the line easily. If you get it wrong, you can certainly tell. There's a lot of wheel spin and the like.
There certainly is, and well, drivers are going to have to be careful around this place, especially with such a congested start here at the moment. There is James Scott, the former championship leader here, and of course you can tell who's the championship leader by the red banner on the top of the cars, and well, you can see it's with the number 77 of Madison Down. He doesn't have most of his team with him this week. Of course, there is the Repco Supercars E-Series that's going on right now, and that would have taken away some of the focus for the Trans-Tasman boys. So no Richard Hampstead, no Jake Maloney here to help out Madison Down. In terms of his teammates, he's got Kurt Stenberg for a little bit of help here today in the number 47 car, who has a little bit of a sideways moment through turn number 1 there, just experimenting a little bit there and almost finding the wall. But this is going to be Madison Down trying to race on his own. Of course, he knows how to race like that. He did so early at the start of the season, and now when you've got someone like Madison who has a championship to protect, these sorts of weeks in the sim are the tough ones, because you go, Reese, from Repco Supercars over to SCOPS, and then you've got to go back to Repco Supercars, and it is a very, very daunting schedule to try and get all the practice time in.
Yeah, it's a very tough ask for the drivers that compete in both SCOPS and the E-Series. Of course, it's a very high standard competition that they've got going over at Supercars, and it's going to demand the most out of those drivers. Of course, not taking anything away from SCOPS, it requires a lot of effort to be successful in as well, and that's where these drivers have come from.
I want to give a shout out as well, whilst we have the chance, to our good friend who's got himself a commentary gig over there with the E-Series, and that is Jonathan Simon, who has been a staple and some would say even a legend of the sim racing commentary scene at a pro level from even before when I started, all the way back in 2015. I know that one of my first real opportunities was that I had to fill in for Jonathan Simon for one of the Road to Pro events that was going on in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix series at the time. So Jonathan Simon has been around the scene for a very long time. He understands it like the back of his hand, and someone, of course, with the Simon Racing Report who does a wonderful job. If you haven't already, go over to that. Maybe just a little bit after you're done watching this, go to the Simon Racing Report and give him a little bit of love, and say somewhere in his next video or his next interview that he does that the guys at SimSpeed sent you over. But 1 minute 15 before we get to one-shot qualification. This is going to be an interesting battle, because this is a pressure that you don't often get to feel. Not every driver goes into a one-shot qualification, but now they all have to do it. And now they all have to work out, okay, you've got one lap, one opportunity. How are you going to best work this one out?
Well, you've got to factor in those strips of concrete lining the racetrack. Remember, iRacing has an automated incident system, and every time you tap the wall, even just a little bit, you get a 0x for contact right there on the exit of the turn 12, turn 13 section. So only one lap you'll have to get your time on the board, and if you make one mistake, yeah, that's way more than a 0x right there. But the drivers are going to have to stay away from those walls on their laps, but it's very easy to get lost in the rhythm of trying to do a lap. You get distracted, you can make a mistake, and that's going to be your lap over. So I think with this session, we're going to see more than a few drivers starting out of a position they expected.
Exactly, this is going to be maybe a little bit more jumbled up, and you feel that those who could be clutching the paint and can find that one magical lap on demand, on cue, they're going to be right up there and finding exactly what they need to. Those who maybe do need a little bit of time to get themselves up to speed, they're not going to have that opportunity. You're going to find them dropping down the order a little bit here, as everybody's got to try and work it out. Who's got what? Who's going to be in what position to try and go out there and attack? And of course, this is going to be a lot of work being done, and the stewarding work as well, Reese, being done by Michael Korolev and Simon Black here today. They have been around this series for a long time. They've been a very big reason of why this has been a success, but this is going to be one which is going to be hard work, not just for them watching everyone going around, but making sure everyone's in position as well.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be run like a real-life shootout session. So one driver starts their lap, and the driver next up to set a time comes out of the pits behind them. It requires a lot of coordination from race control. They have to send messages to the drivers saying you're clear to go now, and they have to make sure that the drivers complete their outlaps within a reasonable amount of time to make sure that the session keeps on moving. We're still waiting to see the first cars come out on track, and it looks like we do have our first competitor making his way to the end of the pit lane. Philip Worley for DPR in the number 233 is going to be the first to set a lap.
Yeah, that's going to be a key run then to try and get this one going. Philip Worley, of course, part of the simrace.com DPR racing stable, had a really, really good run at VIR earlier on this season, had a top 5 finish, or a top 10 finish, which could have very easily been a top 5, I do believe it was. And it was one which really caught everyone by surprise. The 233 having a sensational run. And, well, how difficult is it to be the benchmark here? You've got the greenest track of anybody as well to try and work with also. So you've also got that little bit of added difficulty, which is, well, how long do you have to try and work the track in? Are you going to be the first one out there? And do you have a bit of a disadvantage when the track is a little bit greener than it would be for other drivers out there, Reese?
Yeah, there's also to consider how the track heats up as more cars go over it. Yes, there's only one car at a time going around the circuit, but as the rubber gets laid down, as there's more heat put into the racetrack, it might just get a little slippery for drivers towards the end of the session. But the doors are open for Philip Worley. He is the one who is going to part the way.
He certainly is going through then and looking to try and gear this one up. This is going to be the first real representative that we see of who's got what then here today as the Mustang goes through turn number 1 here. This flying lap, that's the out lap of 38.2. That won't matter too much, but now this is where you're going to find it. A little bit of wiggling up and over as this bumpy straight will be dealing with the drivers here as they feel it through their steering wheels on the brakes. Look for your markers here at turn number 3. Nice and neat there. Does clip the curb on the inside. Gets a good run on the exit there. And now you hit this middle section. 4, 5, 6. Reese, this is where you need to string a lap together.
Yep, staying in third gear through here to keep the wheel spin under control. Careful of the wall jutting out on the right there. An early apex at turn 7. Get on the throttle nice and early, and you're back out onto the back straight. It curves to the right, then it curves to the left. You've got to stay right in order to straighten out the braking zone for turn 7. And Philip Worley doing very well there to pull it up nicely, uses all of the curb and keeps it under control through this very slow section, riding the bumps very nicely. Bit of oversteer on the exit. That's going to compromise him slightly. How is he going to do down at this hairpin? It's all about the exit from here too. In second gear, keeps it under control over the bumps. Only 2 turns, maybe 3 to go.
Exactly, and this is where you can so easily have the lap. He has a little bit of correction, double bit of correction there. He was steering with opposite lock there at the wall, trying to get a little bit of grip left. But here's the drive to the line from Philip Worley. What's the time going to be for a benchmark? It's a 1:30.112 then, which sets it all up. Triple ones, the correction on the time there, so that one all works up. So now it's on to who's next, and it's Kurt Stenberg in the Trans-Tasman racing car who'll be next. They'll be going, I believe here, Reese, in order of the way they pre-qualified, so that's going to give them maybe the best opportunities possible. But Stenny has been a stalwart in this season. He's from Western Australia. He knows what he wants. He knows how he likes to race, and he knows that he is a mainstay at the top split.
Yes, indeed. Into turn 1, nice and clean. Looks like a bit better turn in than Philip Worley, and late apexing, shifting up into 4th gear on the exit to control the wheel spin. Nice and controlled over the bump on the exit of turn 2. How is he going to go down in turn 3? Get on the brakes as late as you dare down into 2nd gear. He's got to hook up the apex. Slight micro slide on the way in, but keeps it under control on the way out. Now into 4, 5, and 6. The wall's very close through this section and a noticeable crown in the road. So Stenny is struggling for grip out there, actually getting into 2nd gear for turn 5, and then turn 6. Nice clean exit once again.
And now it's all about this drive. Kurt Stenberg has been someone who's wanted to find these results and wanted to be up there. And, well, now he knows what the first time is to beat. But going early sometimes is a little bit of a blessing, as you don't have that pressure of someone trying to find some good times. So going through then the left at turn number 8, and no real dramas then, trying to set this lap up. Try and get nice and straight as possible here for turn 11. And Stenberg's looking like this is a pretty decent lap at the moment here, with 12, 13 and 14 remaining. This is the last place where things can go wrong on the lap, and he's looking okay for the time being. A little bit of understeer through the corner, which wouldn't have been ideal for the number 47 Trans-Tasman racing car. But here comes the drive over towards the line. This is looking like it's a good run here from Kurt Stenberg, and then some. He found himself 2 tenths on his main rival, 10th and a half, and he is top of the timing stands.
1:29.966 for Kurt Stenberg, and for comparison, the fastest lap from practice was 1:29.128 from Jordan Caruso. So I reckon we're going to see times fall by nearly a second in this session. Time for Cameron Veacock, though, in the Taipan eSports machine. How well is he going to do? Haven't got much of a reference for him in terms of pace, but he is away, and into turn 1, slightly understeery through there, up into 4th gear, just like Stenberg, and working it out nicely down the straight.
Cameron Veacock, someone who has been in and around a few different series with SimSpeed TV. Of course, back when it was with us, he was part of a couple of the Aussie car events that were going on, and he'll be certainly hoping that he's got himself a good run here today, going through the middle sector of the lap and searching for that bit of time. This is going to be a case where the 087 is going to want to put a good benchmark down. This is the first time we're really going to be seeing what VCOP can really prove himself in this series with, and sometimes that can be a little bit of added pressure, and it's that pressure that's really tough. And look actually at that track as we looked from inside. It was pristine white, the surface of the roads going on through. That would have been a nightmare to have driven on a cold and maybe wet morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Aquaplane City, but for VCOP, he's left that far behind and continuing to go through the arena section down into turn 11 now, just taking a bit too much curb there, but unsettled the car a little. But he's only got 3 turns to go. Drivers have been suffering understeer through here. What about VCOP? Looks pretty good. He got the front end hooked up very nicely. Out of the final corner then, slight wheel spin, but a great exit for VCOP. What is the time going to be for him? Across the line he goes, and it's a 1 minute 30.248, unfortunately. 10th and a half down on Philip Worley, but still a nice clean lap.
A clean lap, though, may just be good news here, trying to work things up. Now, CSE Sports here for Clint Shane Smith was a part earlier on in this season of the Premier Racing team. He's gone back to his own colours, and there is the AOC-sponsored car in red now, trying to get a good run. And this here for Clint will be a very, very productive and encouraging season by his standards. He's found some good pace, he's had some good runs, and in towards turn number 1 and 2, he's going to come along, and he's going to really want to try and open this one up over the hill, and does quite nicely here on the run towards turn 3.
Yeah, a little bit of oversteer over the bump, though. You couldn't see it on the feed, but I saw it on my end. And Clint down into turn 3, a nice clean line through there. Barely any sliding at all. You don't want to push too hard too early, and that little bit too much curb in turn 4. Almost fired him towards the wall, and you get so close to the wall on exit there as well. That is a 0x waiting to happen, but back out onto the back straight past the interior lake on the island. He's got a few more turns to negotiate. What can Clint do in the arena? Gets on the brakes nice and early. How much curb is he going to take here? Not much. You can take that entire curb if you want to, but it will really unsettle your car, and Clint, I think, going for stability here.
I think so. He's been very ragged through the middle sector. He's been close to the walls, and sometimes you have to be close to be quick. But you can see here he's really struggling to get that car turned in to the corners and really getting it working. So this might not be the quickest lap in the world, and that's the wall. And that was the fear with Clint's lap. So that one is going to be abandoned and ship, because that will be at least back of the pack with a 0x incident. He'll dive down into the lane. Nothing doing. Next up, though, Exto Gaming here and Kenneth Latter. Kenny has been looking for a bit of consistency over the course of things. He's found himself now consistently inside the top split. He's really improved from last year, where he was a second split driver, and now he's going to be looking to try and get himself powering up. He wants to be over 9,000. I think is the way that he'd want his power level, but we're going to have to see how this one is going to work for the 269 car and how this opening section of the lap works for him as he goes through 1 and 2.
Yeah, or slight bit of understeer on the exit of 1 that compromised his line for 2. He gets out of there cleanly, though. No 0x so far for him. What about turn 3 then? We've seen drivers push very hard through here in split 2, and Ladder just overshooting it slightly, turned in a bit too late, half a car width wide of the apex. That's going to be about a 10th of lost time, and not quite taking much curb through turn 4 either. So Latter here just trying his best to make his way around the circuit. Turn 6 then. Early apex, early throttle, barely any oversteer on the exit there. A nice controlled lap from Kenneth.
Well, what can Kenny find in the second section of the lap then? As we can see here, he's going to try and be as aggressive as possible. On the brakes he goes, into the right-hander of 7, and now looking to try and open up as much as he can out of this one then. Nicely done through turn 8, and now through 9 and 10, past the fountain section on the right-hand side, and just looking to try and get nice and neat through the corner. It's pretty well worked, and this is looking like it's a nice lap here from Kenny as he tries to go on through. Can Kenneth Latter find what he needs? He takes a nice chunk of curb through turn 12 also, and through 13. Nice slide off the exit. This is a pretty committed lap here from Kenneth Latter. He'll be pushing to try and beat a 29.9. It's a 30.3 though, and that opening sector of the lap wasn't good enough from him, and he pretty much props up the bottom of the table at this moment. Next up though will be the 910 car here of Kyle George, someone who has really turned up this season and has wanted to be quick, wanted to find all of those times and be really, really good with things right now, and he'll be someone searching to try and get that marquee run this season, which his pace has proven that he is meant to be here as a first season driver and should be here racing really, really aggressively.
Indeed, he's starting his lap now. Drove with Jared Filsell in the Enduros, and clean line through turn 1 again. Bit too fast, which compromises the exit for 2, and that's hurt his momentum down the straight. Drivers are having a lot of issues keeping their front ends in check through those quick first turns. They're very different to the other corners we have here, but hitting the curb nicely at turn 3 is Kyle George. What about turn 4? This is a great static shot, just avoiding the curb and riding the bumps nicely. Turns 5 and 6, then he takes a little bit more curb than others have, and oh, was that contact, I wonder?
Doesn't look like it for the moment, continuing hard on the lap, and he's getting the rears out there going through turn 6, so he's definitely trying to maximize the circuit here, heading to the next section as he really does angle for this line here on the brakes into 7, and now you start thinking about, okay, this is where you've got to get through this really technical part of the lap here, where it's all about trying to carry as much speed through this section here, try and open up 11, and here we go through the right. It's nice and neatly done. Oh, how close to the wall do you like it, Mr. George? He was breathing against it there. I'm not sure how much room there was. He goes on through, and he gets a nice bit of curb as well going through. This has been another committed lap here. Kyle George has been pushing it right to the limit. Has he found the limit that he wants? He's going to cross the line. Oh, yes, he does. He goes to the top of the timing stands, does he? No, he does not, because there was a 0x instant point somewhere along the lap, which means that that one will not count. Super Split 2 winner now coming out on track here. Josh Thomas, he picked up that win in the number 66 Evolution Racing Team car. He did a really good job of things to pick up the win by about 3 seconds. So he's found the time, he's found the consistency. Now it's time to play with the big boys. See what you're made of here, Mr. Thomas. Going through here to 13 and 14 will be coming up after this corner here, this small right to start that big one attempt.
Josh Thomas has had plenty of time in pre-qualifying to get a lap down around here. He just needs to bring all of that out now and employ it again. Tight through turn 2. Nice exit over the bump and onto the straight once again. He's going to have to beat a 29.966 if he wants to get into that first position, and knowing the times that he did in Split 2, well, I certainly think he is capable of that. Very nice and clean through this section, taking an awful lot of curb through turn 4, but the car is riding the bumps really well. You can see that the ERT machines have their suspension worked out.
They absolutely have done, and it's been clear to see this right now that they've had a really good run of things at the moment. Josh Thomas, though, trying to attack the second sector then, or the second section of this lap, and he knows what he needs. He needs a good time on the board. Kurt Stenberg is the pace setter. It's been the early pace setter on a 129.966. Nicely driven there through the middle sector, and now looking to gear it on forward then through the left under the Continental Bridge into turn 11, and now it's all about gearing up for the final section of the lap. This has been a controlled lap here, nothing too special I think so far, and sometimes you just want consistency. Try and gain as much in the race, and that understeer again at turn 12. It's been just eyeing up a couple of drivers here and there in the opening few picks so far, and to the line goes Josh Thomas, and he crosses with a 30.166, which is going to be good enough for third position, exactly 2 tenths off of Kurt Stenberg. Next up, though, someone inside the top 10 in the championship like Kurt Stenberg is, and that is the Pursuit Sim Racing 777 veteran of Michael Taliancic.
Here comes Tally towards the line to begin his lap then. You're getting on the brakes right as you cross the start-finish line. That's how quickly turns 1 and 2 come up. It's just kept it stable on the direction change through there, though I think he might have lost a couple of tenths on that change of direction. Down into turn 3, he brakes a bit before the 400-meter marker. How well does he pull it up? Very nicely. That's one of the cleanest runs through turn 2 that I've seen so far. Not taking much of the curb at turn 4 once again. Down into turn 5. Keeping it nice and clean, well away from those walls.
Exactly, he's having a good run then, and out of 6, the driver who is going to be classified at the moment being in 6th position right now with everything going on. He'll be certainly hoping that he's got some good time on the board, that he can put that pursuit car right into the thicket at this stage, going through now to the 7-Eleven complex here, passing the Scott Fountain right now. And of course, we have a good friend of ours at this SimSpeed TV show, Razmataz thing that we do called Scott Fountain. So that's his fountain, we like to call it here with SimSpeed TV. But Taliancic having a pretty good run of things now in towards turn 12. How's your luck through here? That is a very, very nice line. It is smooth and serene going on forward, and there's the kicker tail off of the exit, so he's got a bit of flair to go with it as well. Here's the time on the line, and it's going to be a 30.132, so 30.1 to the order of the day. He jumps just ahead of Josh Thomas into 3rd position, so the 777 car, pretty decent run of things at the moment. Seems like the early pace setters have had the best of things at the moment, but someone who does know all about pace, it's the 209. There's an angry Zuverkorn on the side of the car. It's Brett Loxton who needs to drive a lap of anger.
And as we've said earlier in the season, you have to look out for Brett Loxton at tracks like Montreal, street-like circuits. And he seems very comfortable with Belle as well. That is a great line through turns 1 and 2. A little bit squirrely on the exit, but he pulled it in very nicely for 2. Very quick line. Gets on the brakes nice and late for turn 3. Tries to pull it up, just starts turning in early. Uses the curb on the exit as well. You can tell that Brett Loxton is really pushing this one. Nice and gentle out of turns 3 and 4, and now to 5 and 6. Over those bumps. It seems like the Zuva car seems pretty comfortable as well. Little wide on the exit of turn 7, but I don't think that's going to matter much for Brett. He would have used the throttle to keep the car going, get the little bit of oversteer on the exit for this run down the straight. Now for 7-11. Oh, he looked like he pushed really hard into there. Bit of a narrow entry, could have compromised him.
Certainly did. Out of the 6, he didn't look the best. And again, another little bit of a squirrely moment there coming through turn 9. So turn 8, sorry. So he's just trying to gather it together. It's almost a lap of fits and starts at the moment for Brett Loxton, who will be hoping that there's something more underneath him as he goes through turn 12 and tries to go on through. Remember, this is a dynamic session, so they're going to be dealing with the track temperatures rising and falling as well. When do you go out? It's dark, bright sunshine at the moment for Brett Loxton, who's going to make the drive to the line, but that is a committed lap time. It's a 29.7. and it is one that puts him to the top by nearly 2 tenths. So Brett Loxton, a lap of fits and starts it may have been, but it looked like it was a quick lap to boot, and now it will be a RA2 teammate then who will be going out then in the brand new green and black machine right now. It is Thomas Hinds, who of course hasn't retired yet today, so we don't know how his pace is going to be.
Yeah, well, he's looking very committed into turns 1 and 2, keeps it narrow, changes direction, goes maybe a quarter of a car width wide of the apex, but that's much of a muchness for Thomas Hinds. He won the International Majors Series Bathurst 500 just a couple of weeks ago, solo driving around Mount Panorama, so he knows his way around these cars. And of course, with his great position in the top 10 in the championship, he's got it all to play for today. Nice and controlled on the exit of 4 and then down into 5. I love this camera angle, really goes to show how bumpy this circuit is. And he is looking very clean there. Hooks up the apex of 6 really nicely and out onto the straight. I think this is going to be a quick lap.
It looks like a quick lap at the moment from Thomas Hinds. He knows what he needs out of this one. He's seen his teammates set the time. This could be a prime time to try and get things all working out then, as we'll, after this, it'll be almost 1/3 of the way through the 31 drivers trying to qualify. Takes a lot of liberties there with the wall on the outside. He decides that he wants to be as far away from it as possible, but that's not necessarily always going to be the quickest. And again, this is all about getting the lap in. You can see he's not pushing anywhere near close to those walls. He wants nothing of them right now as he goes on through. This is a little bit of safety margin from Thomas Hinds towards the end of this lap. He doesn't want anything to go wrong, and coming towards the line nice and neat. Has he got a good time in the books? It's a 30.2 from Thomas Hinds. It only goes P6 in what was a very, very tame lap, you could say, in the second half, where all the time started to drain away. Next up, though, someone who's been a regular of this series for a very long time and does prop up sometimes up near the very, very pointy end. He's got a very long name. It's Glenn Postlethwaite, and Posy is definitely going to want a good lap here at this moment to round out 1/3.
Yes, indeed. He needs to beat that 1 minute 29.7, and Posy has shown that he's got great pace in that Synergy Sim Racing car. Of course, driving with Brenton Hobson in the Enduros. They make a great team, they do, at Synergy. Down into turn 3 he goes. It's a bit of a late turn in for him, misses the curb, so might have just slightly misjudged the braking point, would Posy. He's very aggressive over the curbs in turn 4, though, so he's looking really good on this one. How close does he get here? Ugh, you could almost put a piece of paper between a car and a wall through that section, and it's a nice clean exit out onto the drive.
And onto the drive, Glenn Postlethwaite will start to think that he needs to just get himself the best time possible at this moment. Any positions gained here from laps which don't quite work out for drivers, well, this is going to be the key as he jets it all nicely worked up in a nice neat bow, and another slide off the exit. He may have tagged the rear. I think he's okay for the moment then, going through turn number 8. So that could have very easily have ended in disaster. You can see he compromises that with that line through 11. So now all of a sudden Glenn Postlethwaite's had the warning sign on this lap. He can't afford mistakes. You could say that this one-shot qualifying is even tougher than you would find, say, in the real world of one-shot qualifying, as Posy will come to the line. What's the time over the boards? It's still at 29.8, though, despite that. That's good enough for second, but you felt that without that slide at turn 8, there would have been maybe a couple of tenths in the back pocket. As next up to the drive will be Andrew Dyson, who will be definitely wanting to really charge up his run. And he has a little bit of correction then going through 13, so maybe his run towards turn 1 isn't the desired start that he'll be looking for.
Well, nonetheless, you still get on the brakes just across the start-finish line, so I don't think it really affects the start of the lap all that much. Nonetheless, Dyson maintaining some great momentum through 1 and 2. He was the first Split 2 winner of the year at Montreal, and actually has a couple of Split 2 wins to his name. We know what Dyson can do here, but a little bit wide of the curb at turn 3, so slightly compromised for Andrew, and it looks like a bit of understeer through turn 4 as well, starting to struggle just slightly in that DPR machine. Hopefully the second half of the lap is a little bit better for him as he goes wide again through turn 6, nails the throttle very nicely, but I think he can feel that time just slipping away a bit.
Slightly there for Andrew Dyson, and now all of a sudden he needs a really good middle to last sector here in towards turn 7. It's nicely worked here. Now into turn 8. This has been a problem corner because that all really does approach on the exit, and he has to correct himself a little bit through that section. And now through 9 and 10, which very much morph into the same corner, and then into 11. How good's the exit? Again, having to correct on the exit. Every time he puts the power down, he's got opposite lock, trying to wrangle this Mustang and almost tame it here. And again, he has a big slide moment coming through there, turn 12, and that completely ruins the lap through 13, and Dyson is starting from the back of the grid.
Wow. So he gave it a red-hot go, did Andrew, but hasn't worked out for him. We do have another driver out on track, though, who will hopefully set a time. It is Wayne Burke for One Performance Racing, coming across the line now to start his lap. And Burkey has shown He's got what it takes to win in this series, nice and clean through 1 and 2. Hopefully for him, he'll be able to run a time faster than a 29.7, but from what we've seen so far, it's looking incredibly difficult.
Well, Wayne Burke looked really, really good in this practice session. He was inside the top 5, inside the top 10 for the one performance team, and that's deep, and that's really deep, and that could have been too deep there from Wayne Burke, and that's the pressure that you have of one-shot qualifying. Doesn't matter what you do in your practice laps, you need this lap to be the one that works out, and just getting a little bit too hot to handle on the brakes. It very much looked like this lap is going to be one that falls away here, Reese.
Yes, indeed. That first sector is one that Wayne Burke won't be very happy with. Hopefully he can gain some time back here in the 7-Eleven complex on the brakes as late as he dares. Avoids the curb, takes the narrow exit, all about making sure that he has that straight line exit down and a nice clean exit out of the left-hander as well. Got to make sure not to use too much curb through there, keep the car settled. No oversteer at all on the exit. Very nicely done from Wayne Burke. We see the next car to come out, just making their way through on their outlappers. Only 2 more turns now for Burkey. A nice clean line through turns 12 and 13 and just barely kissing the wall on the exit. I think this is going to be a good lap from him. What is the time going to be? It is a 1 minute 29.88, so that's incredibly close to Glenn Postlethwaite.
But you feel that if it was turn 3 that worked up quite nicely, 7 thousandths back of Posey, and could have had a bit more out of that one. There was time in the bank for the number 89 machine. 2:08 now, on to a flying lap. This is Chris Coxhead in the Zuva racing car, part of the HJR team outfit right now, and will be looking for a really good run. The second of the Zuva racing cars running out there today, and will be trying to get a good run in the books. His teammate in the 209 is currently on provisional pole for the time being. Looking now for turn 4 and then 5, and turn 4 is very much that transfer corner under the Firestone Bridge in towards now turn number 5, and the 209 looking very, very nice, or the 208 even.
Yes, indeed. Keeping it nice and smooth there in third gear. Maybe a slightly compromised exit from turn 6, but still a good run down the straight. Well, it's not really a straight, but it's a straight, it's just a flat-out section. Late on the brakes, and oh, that was a lot of curb there for Chris Coxhead. Just barely managed to keep it out of the wall, and still using those bumps to great effect in this second part of the lap. How is he going to be settled through turn 11? Turns it in nicely, just avoids the curb. Not much oversteer either. Traction is looking good. What about the final 2 corners then? Turns in early, tries to at least a little bit of understeer, and then out of the final corner. That was a very strong exit for Coxhead.
It certainly was, and this is the drive to the line that Coxhead's going to need. This has been a Commitment Plus lap, the subscription service to Commitment. That's why 129.623, he finds a 10.5 on his teammate. The 208 and the 209 are 1 and 2 for the time being. Zuva fans can be incredibly happy about that one. Next up then in terms of laps, it's Sean Lindsell here for the Extro Gaming Motorsports team, and here's someone who really does fly under the radar in terms of driving. He has been consistently knocking on the door, getting top split performance after top split performance here, Reese. What does he have available to him today in the Extro Gaming 554 Mustang?
That is the question. He has been flying under the radar, but now he's the only car on the radar at the moment. Looking like a nice strong run through turn 1. Picked up the throttle a little bit early there, and barely any oversteer on the exit of turn 2. Nice strong exit down the straight. What's his top speed before he gets on the brakes? Just about to hit 250 kilometers an hour, and turns it in nice and early for 3. Uses the curb beautifully, and a nice smooth exit. Nice aggressive curb usage in the transition area, turn 4. And then number 5 just keeps it off the curb, keeps the car level. That's interesting. We haven't seen many drivers do that today. But another strong exit, just delaying the throttle application a little before he was sure he could get out of the corner. But I think this is looking like a quite consistent lap from Lindsell. I don't know if it's going to be the fastest, but it's certainly going to get a time on the board.
It certainly will at this stage, but you can't count your chickens before they're hatched, because Sean Linsell has this second section of the lap to try and work with. Right now, going past the fountain section, and now through 9 and 10 into 11, and this is looking pretty good for the Exeter Gaming driver then, as he gets it all gathered up on the exit. 12 and 13 remain, with that small right kink of 14 to go alongside that. So Linsell looking for a good run. This is the 15th driver who's been out at 31, so this is going to be about, can you find a good time on the board? Is this one going to work out the way that he wants it to? It's a 29.897, so that is good enough for P5 at the moment. Splits Wayne Burke and Kurt Stenberg, so a good time by Sean Linsell at the moment. Well, just looking on to who's next, and well, that is an Andrew Gilliam, and this is going to be an awkward position for him right in the middle of the runners.
Yeah, I don't think Andrew Gilliam would be very used to this, at least this year anyway. Slight oversteer on the exit of turn 2 as well to start things off. Remember, this guy took his first SCOPS victories in Split 1 at Mosport earlier in the season, and it put on a great run at the Enduros as well. Slight bit of oversteer on the exit of turn 3 and avoids the curb in turn 4. Wants to try and keep the car level. What about turn 5? Avoids the curb there as well. I mean, really, when you're on a lap like this, it's just getting through that section without dinging the wall that really matters, and that's what Gilliam's managed to do. And we know he's got the talent to run those quick times. What about this section?
Well, what about this section indeed? Andrew Gilliam knows he wants to be up there. He's P3 in the championship, and he's got to set the real time early here and really show what he's got. Nice and committed through here, and now he's got to start thinking about what does he want. Of course, this has been where pre-qualification has meant quite a bit then in terms of this qualifying. Of course, the last driver to go today will be Jordan Caruso in the Logitech G Altus Esports car, but for Andrew Gilliam in the 201, he's looking like he's wanting a really good lap time. He wants to be that pace setter. He wants to be the benchmark right now. He'll try and make this push over towards the line. What's the time going to be? It's an absolutely stonking time. 1:29.1. He put nearly half a second on everybody. What a lap time. There's a new leader at the top of your lap board, and what a time you need to follow if your name starts with Damien and ends in Johnstone. The second half of drivers, we're into the final 15.
We are indeed, and wow, what a great time from Andrew Gilliam. Not that much slower than the fastest time in practice, but Johnstone off on his lap now, and that's a beautifully controlled exit from 1 and 2 for him. See how well he does coming through this section of right-angle turns. It's all about stop-start, managing the weight transfer, managing the bumps, gets up on 2 wheels over the turn 3 curb. That's first time we've seen someone do that other than Gilliam, and keeping it nice and clean through this section as well. The track widens up a little bit at this point, but it's very misleading. You can't carry too much speed through there. Turn in late, throttle early, keep it nice and straight on the exit. And I think that was a pretty good first sector from Johnstone, but the second sector is where the money is made.
I think he's certainly gained a lot going over to Synergy as Damien Johnstone. His pace has improved. He is now starting to be a consistent top 15, top 10 contender now in these sorts of races. He had a phase about him last year where he was very close to fuel numbers and very much underfueled the car a little bit in a number of races, but he needs to shake off that hoodoo. He has done, and now he's looking for a good lap here as he tries to make that push here towards turn number 12, and that corner really does eyeball you as you go on through, but that was very nicely done by Johnstone. Where is he going to prop himself up then in terms of times? The 0.33 making the drive over towards the line. 29.1 is the time to beat. He puts a 29.4 on the board. That's good enough for P2. He will start at worst 16th place on the grid then for this one, so he can be happy with that run. That's one ticked off for Andrew Gilliam. Hayden Veld in the KRFI Candy car, though, will be next to go out, and someone who really does want to make a name for himself.
Certainly does, but if Ryan Jones has anything to say about it, he's going to be roasted all broadcast. I know you're watching, Ryan. Let's see what Hayden can do on the exit of 1 and 2. Nice and controlled exit there once again, and at this point in the lap, you're just thinking about what is your braking point for turn 3? Do I have enough temperature in the tires to make sure that the brakes don't lock It's looking really good for Hayden Veld, though, keeping it nice and smooth, nice and controlled over all these bumps, all these curbs, and just staying out of the wall as well through turn 5. Nice to see.
Certainly is, and Hayden Veld in that KRFI Candy car, part of the HJR team, as we've seen a couple of their drivers go out already. We've seen Coxhead in 3rd, Loxton in 4th, we've seen Hinsey there in 12th position as well, all putting in some good times, but they're looking to attack the curb through turn 7. How's turn 8 going to look then? It's always a corner you want to put the power down earlier than you can do, and he's really fighting against the car then through the middle sector, and on the brakes then this will end that second sector, and now you've got the final sector to work with as well. How good is this lap going to be from Hayden Veld? He'll be very happy if he puts himself inside the top 3, you'd have to feel at this stage, but you don't know just yet. Through 13, and now looking to make that drive to the line. Fantastic line through this section, and what's the time going to be on the clock? 29.1 is going to be a tough one to beat, but it's a 29.6 from Hayden Veld. It splits up the Zuva cars. P4 for the number 53 for the time being, and another one ticked off the books then. Veld will get himself 4th position. Next up, Jordan Ross, 143, Bathurst 1000 winner in Scops.
Yes, and he did that with Jared Filsell a couple of years ago when they were both racing for Evolution Racing Team. Of course, Ross now back at Synergy, and his run through turns 1 and 2 looked a little bit compromised. He didn't quite hook up the apex like he would have wanted to in the number 143. Looking for those shadows of the trees for the braking zone. Aggressive turn in, but just misses the curb. How's he going to go through turn 4? How much curb is he going to take? Quite a bit, kicking up some grass and gravel as well. Jordan Ross knows what it's like to set a fast time in one of these cars. He's always been there or thereabouts in the Scops midfield, and breaking into the top 10 on many occasions. Could even be on for top 5s every so often. But this lap is going to be all that counts for him until they take the green flag, and it's a nice, easy line through turns 7 and 8. The big bump right in the middle there, unsettling the car, but another clean exit for Ross.
This has been a clean lap from Jordan Ross so far. He knows what he wants, he knows what he needs, and he's seen the time that Andrew Gilliam has set. Damien Johnstone, his teammates, of course. You want to be ahead of your teammates, and there are a couple of Synergy cars that'll be looking to go on after him as well, or maybe just the one, but Jordan Ross, good run then through 12, through 13, and looking to make that drive for the line. And of course, you've got that long run, which really makes things happen. Full bore through 14 and over towards the line. What's the time on the clock? It's only a 29.8 though with that time, so not ideal for him. 6th place only in qualifying, and that will go down as a mild inconvenience and maybe a bit of a disappointment there for him right now. Colour change for Brian Borg at the Premier Racing Team. He is sporting pink this week here for the run today, and he'll be looking for a really good time in the 017 here, will Brian Borg, as he wants a good lap through 1 and 2.
Yeah, and it looks like he's hooked it up very nicely through there as well. Again, the car looking very settled across that harsh bump as they go across the bridge. Brian Borg wanting a good result here, and if he can start as far up the field as he can, when the inevitable crash happens, when the pack is together, he might just be able to escape it. Nice clean exit between these sections. Once again, avoids the curb at 5. It's really down to personal preference, I think, whether or not you take that curb. Depends on how settled your car is, how well it can deal with those very harsh bumps. But another clean exit for Brian Borg. What's his top speed down here? Almost hitting 240 on the run down to turn 7, and squares off that corner very nicely.
Certainly does, and now Brian Borg's got to put the second half of the lap together here and really make it work through 9 and 10, and starting to think about, okay, how much can I maximise this turn 11 corner? You see different philosophies of drivers taking different lines, and sometimes you have to take the careful line around this place and make it all work for you. Borgie is really trying to work, and is he going to have a Cyborg or Bryborg style lap that he has done previously over pre-qualification? Borg's going to make that push over to the line. Is this one going to be one that is really nice? It's a 29.6 on the board. It's good enough for P3. It's 4 thousandths clear of Chris Coxhead there, and just moves up into that third place. Can be really happy with that. The 489 machine going on next. Haven't seen too much of him this season, but on his day, he can be right up there challenging for race wins. It's James Mackay.
Yep, and how is he going to go through 1 and 2? Hooks up the curb nicely in 1 and gets on the throttle nice and early. Out of 2, just avoiding the wall. Barely anything between him and the concrete. So what can James Mackay do down into turn 3? He's late on the brakes. He turns in aggressively. There was a bit of a micro lockup for him in the braking zone, taking a little bit of rubber out of his tyres, but being aggressive across the curb at 4 to compensate. Down into 5, he bangs off the curb and just avoids banging off the wall, jutting out on the exit there. Again, it's looking like a cleanish lap so far, but that oversteer out of turn 6, I think, is going to compromise him.
That's going to be something worth noting then. James Mackay needs to try and find something then. If there's been mistakes in the opening section with a bit of oversteer, he's got to try and find that magic formula. He's someone who knows how to race IR and L in terms of working out sorts of vehicles, but can he find that sort of relation and translate it into a result right now through the next right of turn number 11? And now you got to start thinking about, okay, couple of corners to go, let's just work this one out, let's just nicely put this all together. And he's got to be careful through 12 there, because he had to jam the brakes on a little bit more than maybe he thought he needed to, and that could really just see the time evaporating. Over to the line he goes, and this is going to be a 29.647 for James Mackay, and it puts him in a very tight pack between 3rd and 6th, now in 6th.
I mean, I can't get over how close those times are. I mean, there's barely a couple of tenths covering 3rd to about 7th place. It's crazy. Now we get to see what Corey Shepherd can do as he goes into turn 1. You were singing his praises earlier, Sperry, but now we get to see what he can do on his own.
We certainly can. We're into the final 10 then in terms of this lap, and Reese now is all about, okay, top 10. How much more added pressure do you have?
Plenty of pressure. If you're one of the last cars to go out, you've been waiting for most of the session for the call, and you've been hyping yourself up in the driver's seat for that entire time. So when you actually get out there onto the circuit, it's a bit of a battle to keep yourself, to keep your head clear, give yourself some peace of mind. But it looks like Corey Shepherd had quite a bit of peace of mind through that opening section. It looked incredibly clean. What about 7-11? Nice straight braking zone, just avoids the wall, squaring it off on the entry. A little bit compromised through there, but it's not going to hurt his time too much. He needs to focus on the exit of this corner, and my goodness, he has nailed it.
Absolutely, and now he's got to get this final section all nicely wrapped up. This is looking like it's going to be a very, very important lap here for Corey Shepherd. He knows what he's capable of doing. He has been challenging the elites in this series just on the outskirts. He's someone who's done very well also on a Monday night as well with, of course, us at SimSpeed TV. But what's the drive going to be like for Shepherd over towards the line? 29.1 still the benchmark. That's another 29.6 on the border, 6.75 this time, and that's 7th position. Now you've got 5 cars split by half a tenth of a second. This is a very, very awkward middle of the pack. And now the first of 2 ANZ Motorsports cars. He's the 9th last to go. He is car number 9. He is trying to get on through. And Ben Christensen, who's had very little practice all week, has suddenly found a turn of pace that he couldn't believe when he was P4 after night 1 of pre-qual.
And what a line through turn 1. He kept it nice and tight to widen out the entry to turn 2. That's going to translate into a great exit down this straight. He's going to carry a few more kilometers an hour. Actually almost hits 250 before the braking zone. Nice turn in for turn 3. Just stays off the exit curb to straighten himself out. Just bouncing off the curb through turn 4 as well. Nice clean lap so far from Ben Christensen, and I mean, sometimes very little practice can be beneficial. I find when I'm practicing for an event, I tend to hit a brick wall somewhat, and that was very close for Ben Christensen. Once again, the exit of turn 6, catching drivers out.
Yeah, he had a bit of an oversteer moment there coming out of 6. He had to try and work it out. It was power oversteer as well. He was being a little bit too greedy with the throttle. He is trying to get everything out here of the ultra-tuned car, here the ANZ Motorsports machine, and he knows that he needs a good time. He sees the big gap between first and third at the moment. If he can just lodge himself in between that, or maybe even challenge the 201 of Andrew Gilliam, he can be very happy with his lap. He's been every which way trying to find things. He was part of course, the former Mega Black Racing team, which was run earlier on in 2019, moved over to ANZ. What's the time going to be then for the number 9? Over the line, it's a 29.9. That oversteer moment cost him, and it's P13 for Ben Christensen, and that will be a frustrating one here, especially as there was a little bit of cloud cover over the circuit on that run. Next up, though, Hobbo 88. Brenton Hobson, to get the meme going, his time in pre-qual was a 128 get this, 666. So what can he find? This will be a devilish run if he can get this one working out.
Well, let's see what his turn-in is like for 1, and oh, that is a nice line. He delayed the turn-in a bit for 2. That's majorly compromised out of turn 2. I think that lap time is completely gone now. Brenton Hobson just weaving side to side. He knows that only 2 turns in, that lap is done.
It's that simple. It's that quickly that the lap can go horribly wrong, and Brenton Hobson knows it, and he will feel that one. He wasn't the last Synergy car to go. There'll be one more Synergy car going on after this, but Hobbo 88 will know, and Andrew Gilliam and the team at Pursuit will feel happy. Another one you can put off of the list and say you can be very happy about. So Brenton Hobson will be frustrated with that one. 7 drivers remain who could possibly take pole position away from Andrew Gilliam here today, and now there is still that ability to finish this lap time, to get this one all sorted out. I don't think the lap is over, but I think the lap is going to be slow. But crucially, Hobson may find a couple of places here on drivers who couldn't get a lap together because they invalidated the laps through contact, or maybe an off-track here or there. Hobson's just got to bring it all together. It may be a frustrating lap time. It's the worst feeling when your lap feels like it's for naught. You get the biggest down feeling that you get possible, and Hobson will be looking to make that push over towards the line and just finish the lap. You can see 27, 28, 29 and 30 and plus. It's going to be a 1:30.7, definitely the slowest time that we've seen here today. It's 21st position for the time being. But next up then, with 7 to go, it's the last of the simrigs.com DPR machines that will be making a charge today, and that is Adam Briggs.
It is indeed. Out of the final proper turn he goes, and that is a nice clean exit. A little bit of oversteer for Briggsy, sitting P10 in the Drivers' Championship. Coming into this round, starting his lap across the line, powers it into turn 1, and again takes that slightly compromised line through 1 to get the run through 2. Over the bumps he goes, and this car has looked reasonably stable from what I've seen in the practice session. Nice and late on the brakes, and a bit more sunlight hitting the track as he comes down to turn 3. So it's going to heat up the track just a little bit more, might compromise his grip slightly.
Might do so, but now through turn 5, how tight do you manage it? He was very, very narrow through turn 5 and fighting for the power, and that's a lot of brake there through that section. He overshot turn 6. It's off camber. If you slightly mess up that corner, it is pounding any lap by not tenths, but by nearly half a second sometimes around that place. This will be a lap that Adam Briggs felt that the pressure got to him in the number 72 machine. On in towards turn number 8 now, and the second half of the lap. This is all about now trying to find something, hoping that the time is still there. There's still something to cling on to fight for as he goes through turn number 11. And now he's just got to bring the car home. 2 more corners to bring it home for Adam Briggs, and he knows better than anybody else. Opportunity missed then on this lap to try and get this one going. How is this going to be as he makes the drive for the line? We know it's going to be a valid lap as he goes on through, but 28-29 comes on the board. It's a 1:30.1. That's a big hurt for Adam Briggs. He starts this one P17 at the very best, and now with only 6 drivers remaining, it's a question of who's next. And well, it is going to be Kobe Jones then for ANZ, a best in pre-qualification for him. He wants a big run. He needs a big run. Car number 2 wants to be position number 1.
Well, he hit the wall between turns 12 and 13 on his outlap, so he's really pushing, you can tell. And out comes Kobe Jones from 1 and 2, nearly getting into the wall on exit, but just avoiding it. So Kobe's going to have to be careful down here through this section. As I've said, it's very easy to get distracted, but it's a late turn in, an aggressive turn in for Kobe. And it looks like a nice line through there. Just avoids hitting the grass on the entry into 4. Had to back out of the throttle slightly over the curb. So he's not maximizing this 100%, but it's still looking reasonably competitive. And that is the line that you want to see out of turn 6. Nice early turn in and powering out down the straight.
And now Kobe needs to find something here. Andrew Gilliam, Damien Johnstone, Brian Borg, your top 3 at the moment, and have been for a little while in this session, and that will be concerning to a couple of drivers who felt like they had the opportunity. Has to really fight through turn number 8 to make that one happen. We wait here with this camera at turn 11 here on the concrete and through the next right. Yep, that's nice and good. Oh, fighting the car on the exit, very close to the finest of fine margins here at the wall. He's got to be careful through here. He's tagged it already here on his out lap, but he's good here on this flying lap, and a little wiggle going through 13. Has Jones found something here that the others haven't? Crossing the line he goes. He puts a 29.5 in on the board. That is going to be good enough for 3rd position. He blew the engine for good measure as well. 3,000 clear of Brian Borg. It wouldn't be Kobe Jones without a blown engine now, and only 5 remain that can challenge Andrew Gilliam. Who's going to be next up on the board then? Try and make things happen. He'll have to request the tow. He'll get that one, but it's one of the first of 2 Altus cars. It's James Scott, the former championship leader.
Yes, of course, won the first round of the season at Montreal and has been looking to try and get that mojo back ever since. It's a nice smooth line through 1 and 2. Hooks up the apex for 2 very nicely, and a nice straight exit once again. James has got to be careful here in the last part of the season. He's fallen down to 4th in the championship, and the results that he's been getting haven't quite been matching up to where we thought he'd be at the start of the season. So Altus Esports, especially with the leaving of drivers throughout the season, having to consolidate themselves. James Scott has been the guy that they've been rallying themselves around. It's worked out all right for them so far, but they still want to try and get P1 here, and that was a nice exit from turn 6. A little bit of a power slide, never hurt anyone.
No, it didn't, and Simon Feigel's team, which is being rallied by the star driver James Scott, they know what they want and they know what they need. James Scott is so good. He had a nice run as well, karting-wise and real-world-wise about a week ago, and I know that Jackson Susan Harlow was over there and he didn't get a chance to say hi to him, but James Scott knows what he wants. He needs a good lap time. Nobody's come within a quarter of a second of Andrew Gilliam. That has been the most surprising point of qualifying so far. Everyone has been tiptoeing around. You've got yourself so many drivers, 3rd down to 8th place, a split by 0.5 of a second. But James Scott looking to make the push to the line. How good has this lap been from him? The answer is it's a 29.3. So that is good enough to jump into 2nd place, just a 1/10.5 behind. So that's a really good lap from James Scott. He will start no worse than 6th place on the grid. Next up, though, new team, last of the Synergy cars going on, and it's Tom Freer, who, of course, in the past, at the start of this season, really heaped on a lot of pressure here. Is he a driver who can handle these pressure cooker moments here through turn 1, through turn 2?
Well, didn't look like the greatest line through 1 and 2. He kind of understeered through 1, and then that compromised his turn in for 2. It was a bit too much of a narrow entry, so he's going to try and get it back here in this section, but just half a car width wide of the apex of turn 3 and some oversteer on exit for good measure. Tom Freer struggling with this lap so far, but down into turn 5, what can he do? The concrete is almost blindingly white thanks to the glare of the sun. Nice turn in for 6, and it's a straight exit. Almost got into the wall on the exit, but I think he's fine for now.
He's fine for the moment, but Freer knows that he's got to have a good final sector. Of course, he qualified himself into the draft process for the Repco Supercars E-Series, so he had a good run there. But what is he going to find here at Belle Isle? Going through turn number 8 and now into 9 and 10. You've got to try and work the line, diamond those two corners and through the next one and try and make it happen here. Synergy know what they've got. Synergy know what they need, and they've got to try and find exactly the right momentum here. Tom Freer going through the right, heavy over the curb though, through 12, and that could be compromising. Oh, no. He tags the wall. If you needed a Bottle-O racing car, well, he's just Bottle-O'd that lap, and that will mean that he will start right down at the back of the pack. That will be really frustrating for Tom Freer. He knew he had a chance of a good lap. It wasn't there. And now it will be time for the championship leader, number 77, Madison Down, takes center stage.
Looking forward to seeing what Down can do around here on his own. Later on the brakes than others, down into turn 1, he keeps the line nice and smooth, just tapping the brakes between 1 and 2 to get the front end settled, slight oversteer over the bump, but Madison Down's reaction time's supreme. He's able to keep that thing going very nicely. On the brakes early for turn 3, and he's hooked it up super good there, bouncing off the curb with his right wheels. What about turn 4? Another aggressive usage of the curb. He'll be bounced around in that virtual cockpit, slightly wide through turn 5. He didn't quite hook up the apex, but that's only going to cost him maybe 100th or 2. It's all about the exit from turn 6, and he has nailed it. No oversteer whatsoever for the championship leader.
He has been someone who has been at the very, very top for nearly a decade. Madison Down knows what it takes to wrangle one of these vehicles around, and at a track which is so narrow, which suits his style of driving, he is Mr. No Mistakes, is number 77. How is he going to be then through 10 and 11? Bit of curb there through 10, and then he gets it nicely worked through 11 there. No need to jump up onto the curb there. He knows what he's got to find here. On the brakes he goes into turn number 12, and now through 13. The championship leader at Trans-Tasman gets a good run, and he flashes the lights a bit as well. He thinks he's happy with this lap. Over the line comes Madison Down. What's the time here? It's a 29.2 though. It's not good enough. It's second position. Andrew Gilliam has got himself at least third place. Only 2 drivers can find it better. That looked like a great lap, but it wasn't quite there. And now it's down to the main challenger here in terms of the championship. United's hope, and they're united around him, Forzan El Nabi.
I'm very surprised there. Gilliam's time was especially good. What can El Nabi do? Hooks up the apex beautifully through 1 and 2. Didn't put a foot wrong through there. What about his exit onto the straight? I'm monitoring his top speed. Once again, it seems consistent with what the likes of Madison Down and Andrew Gilliam have done, but that was a bit too much, two-wheeling it through turn 3. The car got a bit too unsettled, had to delay getting on the throttle. That would have compromised El Nabi somewhat in the United Sim Sports Mustang. Rides the curb nicely through turn 5, back on the brakes again for turn 6 as you switch over, and another very smooth exit. Again, barely any oversteer at all. You can tell who's sorted their cars out here. Slight technical issue for Forzan El Nabi. They've been plaguing him all season. Hopefully it doesn't happen again as he comes into turn 7 and just kisses the curb.
He really got costed by technical issues at Oran Park, and to make things a little bit worse for Forzan El Nabi, he hasn't put a time in practice here over the course of this one. So this qualifying lap is the first real attempt that he's had, of course, on this one today to make something happen. How good's the lap going to be from El Nabi? He's had a little bit of an issue in the mid part of the lap, but he's okay through 12. It wasn't the best, but 13, can he gather it up on the exit? What's the lap going to look like here for the 097 United car? We wait with bated breath to see where he goes, and the answer is, as he crosses the start finish line, it is No, it's P2. They tied on man. Exactly. It's P2. It's P2 for Forzan El Nabi. It's not good enough. They tied it on times to the 1,000th.
Look at that gap. 0.000. How? I'm at a loss for words, man. We've got one more car to go, though, and it is Jordan Caruso. Can he break the stranglehold that Andrew Gilliam seems to have on this qualifying session.
Wow. All about this lap then. Jordan Caruso, the 0-1-2. Such a young starlet, someone who has definitely got championship material under his right boot at the moment. Power on in the Holden, the Logitech G Altus Esports Holden, heading towards turn number 3 now and looking for a really, really solid lap time. Has he got what it takes to break Andrew Gilliam and Fortin El Nabi? Gilliam set his time when nobody was there. Lots of curb through turn number 4 and into turn number 5 right now. This is a key lap then for the 0-1-2, who needs to find a really strong run to say, you know what, I can challenge up there in the likes of the Repco Supercars against the Josh Rogerses and Dane Warrens of the world. I am on that level. I am on that plane. I should be considered as one of these Australian touring car greats here on iRacing. Going through turn 7, slightly wide though. He goes through there and now 8 comes up, 9 and 10 to follow. And suddenly Jordan Caruso is thinking about this last bit of the lap. How good is it going to be? Lots of curb through turn 10. That's been the line of choice from these last couple of drivers, and he's so close to the wall coming out of 11. This is all about commitment through 12. How much pace can you carry through this section? Really nice section. Now it's about the drive for the line. What's left in the tank for Jordan Caruso? Logitech G Altus Esports. He will go position number 28.9. Oh, what a lap time from Jordan Caruso. He put 2/10 on everyone. That's fantastic.
And he did it when it counted. What a pleasure to watch that lap. I mean, he was the last car to go. It was all down to him. He had a 29.17 to beat, and my goodness, did he ever beat it. First car into the 28s today. Brilliant job from Jordan.
Well, that will pretty much find the grid where it is. Jordan Caruso has just put the lap of his life together there here at Belle Isle. So, grid as follows. Jordan Caruso then will take the pole position then on a 128.981, and it's ties on time between Andrew Gilliam and Fortin El Nabi. But crucially, both of those drivers ahead of the championship leader, Madison Down, who could only manage P4 in qualifying. James Scott will start from 5th with Damian Johnstone in 6th position. A great qualifying effort from him, with Kobe Jones, a career best start now in 7th, with Brian Borg in 8th place. Chris Coxhead and Hayden Feld, they will round out the top 10, and that will also make it 3 of the HJR cars inside of that top 10.
Very good job from those guys, and excellent stuff from Hayden Veld to put at P10, with James Mackay. Another great job to set a time good enough for P11. Corey Shepard will join him on the 6th row of the grid. Brett Loxton and Jordan Ross are going to line up on the 7th row, with Glenn Postlethwaite and Wayne Burke just behind them. Sean Linsell wasn't quite able to hook it up, neither was Ben Christensen, but we certainly thought Christensen in particular could have gotten an extra few tenths out of that one. Kurt Stenberg, one of the first cars to set a time and the early pace setter, he's going to start on the 10th row alongside DPR's Philip Worley.
Those were the first 2 drivers out to set lap times. Then Michael Taliantich and Adam Briggs are on row number 11. Shame for Adam Briggs, Josh Thomas and Thomas Hinds on row 12 with Cameron Veacock and Kenneth Latter. And now you start to hit drivers who ran into troubles in qualifying. Brenton Hobson, Tom Freer, Kyle George, Clint Shane Smith, and one more added to the mix as well, as they look to try and get everything going on. 31 drivers will be taking themselves over to the starting grid. Andrew Dyson will be that last driver. Of course, Jay Kennedy, who's on the cameras, has got that one a little bit wrong for us here today and has joined the session the way that he shouldn't have done. And then on top of that, Christian Smart has gone and done exactly the and same. So now this is going to be key. We've got a couple of minutes before we go over towards the starting grid and the thoughts and the process. But now this becomes a case of talking championship here, Reese, because we look at Madison Down, 4th position. Okay, not being the best qualifying. He's not necessarily, Madison Down, the fastest on pace. But this is a 53-lap race today. You've got a lot of time to make strategy work, but these opening laps are very, very easy to have someone try and make a big banzai move, get their eyes bigger than the belly, and run themselves into trouble.
Yeah, exactly right. And what we've also got to consider is the fact that there are 2 compulsory pit stops in this 53-lap race. When you deploy them is up to you. It's got to be between the end of lap 2 and the start of lap 51. So the drivers will have free choice as to when they come into the pits. That's going to mix things up as well. Madison Down certainly has great experience when it comes to strategy, but then so does pretty much everyone around him.
He doesn't have to win this race, does Madison Down? He's got the points in the back pocket, but drivers like Forsen El Nabi and Andrew Gilliam, these are must-win races. Jordan Caruso not fighting for the championship, though, could be the one cat amongst the pigeons that they were maybe hoping that there wasn't going to be in terms of this one. But there are, of course, as well here, Reese, a few drivers who could be looking at themselves going, I've got a really big opportunity here today. And you've got to look at row 3 and row 4 to see who's got them. Johnstone, Jones, Borg, those sorts of drivers will be looking at this going, God, is this Christmas? I know we've only just had Halloween, but I think Mariah Carey's in my ears because this has been a really, really good qualifying session.
Yeah, certainly has. I got to give big props to Johnstone, Jones, Borg, Coxhead, Veld, Mackay, Shepard, all of those guys. They've managed to put themselves up into and around the top 10, and this is a chance that they have to take with both hands. It's very hard to pass around a street circuit like this, so if you can consolidate a position and make sure that you make your car as wide as possible, you'll have that position secured. But we know how argy-bargy some drivers can get, and I'm not expecting a completely clean race. I'll just say that.
Track temp, 31 degrees, 21 degrees in the air, winds gusting at about 9 kph from the south for you in the United States. That's about 6 miles an hour, and we're going for about 125 miles or 200 kilometers, just a shave under here for this one for 53 laps worth of racing action. This is all about now the championship picture. This is the road to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We're not a million miles away from there and Green Bay Packers territory, but we're into Detroit Lions territory here in terms of racing action here for this one today. And well, who is going to be able to find exactly what they want out of this race? Caruso racing to try and prove that he can be someone to fight for the championship next season. Drivers like Madison Down, Andrew Gilliam, and of course the 097 of Forsen El Nabi. Championship implications, as Mark Scaife would say. This is all about who's got what. And then, of course, you got the rest of the cast just behind. That run to turn 1 is going to be so very, very vital. Who's got what it takes? Who knows who's got what it takes? And over 53 laps, who can keep their car the cleanest, who can make the least mistakes, and who can find themselves with position number 1 and victory come the end of the day. The place and the time is now for you, ladies and gentlemen, here on the iRacing Esports Network for this, your SCOPS 2020 season. We're welcoming you to the super sprint, the street sprint, and it starts right now as they head towards turn number 1. It looked like a good start there from Jordan Caruso, but look at Gilliam. He got a really good run there through turn number 1 as they funnel on through, but the inside at 2 is always going to be Caruso's now. It's all about attack now, this next section, as they funnel on through towards turn 3, which is going to be the big braking zone. Hopefully there's no dramas here. Caruso on the inside defending that one as they go on through, and it looks like it's going to be nicely worked, but on the outside there's still some fighting. El Nabi and Madison Down are there at the moment, side by side, trying to work things out, but ultimately nice and clean was that start as they go on through. We go on board from Kobe Jones. He's gained a place then off of this start, and now looking at the back of one Mr. James Scott.
Everyone made it through turn 3 cleanly, it seems, so we'll see if there are any casualties out. Yeah, it does look like someone is out. That is Kyle George missing his front bumper, and that happened between turns 4 and 5. That was contact with Cameron Veacock.
That could throw the safety car here because he's not in a position where you can pull that one away. So That's going to be awkward. Safety car is deployed then on the opening lap for Kyle George in the 910 United Sim Sports car. So immediately there are the issues, and hopefully we'll be able to catch a Motum Simulation replay to see how that one all came about. You can see side by side with Tom Freer heading himself towards his next section. He gets on the grass a little bit, runs himself a bit wide, and then he just chases down an alleyway with Cameron Veacock there, and ultimately both of them running into each other. That is a racing incident if ever I saw one.
Yeah, just looked like lap one shenanigans, but poor Kyle George, he had nowhere to go, and the wall, the actual gap in the wall was what got him. A little bit of concrete jutting out that smashed off his front bumper. Here's a replay of the start from our two leaders. Jordan Caruso got a very good start, and he's managed to keep that lead from Andrew Gilliam, but Gilliam did not make it easy. He was pressuring him really well through these opening turns.
Exactly, Nick. You can see Madison Down could only manage position number 4, couldn't get anything. And in fact, Gilliam did have a little look into turn 5 as well. Not an orthodox place to make the move, but he had to think about it regardless. A lot of drivers making some good headway in the early goings. Seeing Chris Coxhead had a nice start of things as well, but ultimately, we are under safety car conditions. Kenneth Latter looking battered and bruised. Brenton Hobson looking to get some free repairs in and make things all work out. So that will not count, I do believe, as part of their strategy here, because they pitted on the end of lap 1, Reese.
Yes, indeed. And am I right in hearing from our director that there was a drive-through penalty for... No. Okay. Not going to name the driver there, but it looks like it's Dyson, Hins, and Freer that have taken their pit stops in that particular lap. But as you say, Sperry, it's not the mandatory pit stop window, so they're going to have to come back in twice more.
Well, racing is going to resume at the end of this lap. They have cleared the incident very quickly here at Belle Isle, as they typically do at street circuits. So we'll have ourselves back out to racing action again. Jordan Caruso will have control of the field, and the pace car driver will dive down into the pits, being run today by Nick Parker, as is traditional here with this series. So Nick Parker moves away from the field then on the safety car. Jordan Caruso now will have control of that field, and we'll be looking to get ourselves back off and going again with some more great racing action and sim racing action for you, ladies and gentlemen. What point does Caruso go, and can Andrew Gilliam find the attack that's needed then here, going on to lap 3 of this event? So there's the jump, there's the get on and go, and there's a big check up there in the middle of the pack as they try and work themselves out. Great work by Caruso. He's got the gap he needs here into 1 and 2, but it's about carrying momentum through this section. Forza Narbi technically does have now the fastest lap of the day. That's taken away by Chris Coxhead, but we are back to green flag racing again.
And thank goodness for that. And we've got a nice clean start up at the front, everyone running single file, with Gilliam starting to creep up on Jordan Caruso under brakes. He knows that he's got what it takes to run in that top position, but Forza El Nabi behind really starting to pile on the pressure as well. We'll see what Madison Down can do as well, because he's a little bit far back from El Nabi at the moment, but give him a couple of laps to get into a rhythm and things might just change as we look through the midfield. Brian Ball is heading up one heck of a pack here. He's got Chris Coxhead and Corey Shepherd really pressuring him as we ride on board with Wayne Burke on Jordan Ross, it seems.
And we've also just had word, someone's asking, hey, can we have a little look at that restart, please? I wasn't too happy with that. So maybe that could be something that the stewards will have to have a little look at on how that restart was really handled. There is Wayne Burke in the one performance car, 14th position, looking to get to lucky or unlucky 13th, which Jordan Ross currently holds at this moment in time, going through the right-hand bend and trying to go out there and be aggressive, but at the moment, single file is the way that they will funnel through things at this moment, and they'll be looking for a little bit of time and a little bit of pace gained here in at these early goings of this race. Of course, there's a long way to go. We've got 50 laps now to go, crossing over the line, and look at this behind Andrew Gilliam. He's got Forza El Nabi for a little bit of company here as they run towards turn number 4 out on circuit, and this could very easily be a bit of trouble here for Gilliam if he is going to have to start trying to defend here in terms of this race. Nice and close they go on the brakes. But Caruso, 29.5, sets the pace then early at the front of this field as they all start to try and settle down here in this race.
And there's something to be said for Caruso's lap just then, because look at the gap he's pulled out on Gilliam already. Gilliam and El Nabi, that is. He's got a few car lengths, which is more than what he needs to just consolidate and control the race from here. El Nabi trying to have a look at Andrew Gilliam, just psych him out before they get to the braking zone, but there was no way that he would be able to attempt to move from that far back. On the brakes again, almost bumping bumpers through the tight left-hander. And when you're right up behind another car like this, Sperry, this is where street circuits really come into their own, because you see from El Nabi's perspective, when he's right up behind Gilliam, you can only see Gilliam. You can't see much of the circuit.
No, you're very much running in train tracks here, and you're reliant on the braking marker of the driver in front. That's why it's so easy to get yourself big pile-ups if someone gets it wrong around a place like this. But ultimately, it's a nice lap. It's a clean lap from everyone then as they go on through, and it's working quite nicely as they battle for second and third, and a little bit on back as well, because Jordan Rawson now up into 12th position now. He's gone through on Hayden Veld in the KRF Eye Candy car, so that's another place done. Hayden hasn't had the best start to this race. He's dropped a handful of places here in this one. He's down 3 from where he started right now, and he'll have mirrors full of Wayne Burke for a bit of company as well as they look to jam on the brakes and try and get through. That's Adam Briggs, I believe, in the background there, trying to have a little look for a position. Not quite in there for the moment, but ultimately Hayden Veld, he's trying to search here as Cam Veacock, as mirrors full of Tom Freer diving down the inside here at turn 4. That was brave, and that was well worked there by Mr. Freer.
Yeah, certainly was. Very opportunistic move there from Tom Freer to get it done. He's now got the DPR car up ahead, but El Nabi and Gilliam for second place, still just as hot as it has always been, and Madison Down is right there with them as well. I'm really looking forward to how this works out, because Gilliam, I mean, you can see how hard he's pushing. Everyone flashing their brake lights, just trying to keep some weight on the front tires. But El Nabi, right now, I get the feeling he wants to make that pass, but there's just no opportunity.
Not yet anyway, as here's some side-by-side. This is Belle, who's dropped a number of places again. And around the outside goes one of the DPR cars, trying to make that one a reality. And how has he got that one? Adam Briggs certainly has, outside of turn 12. How often do you see that move being done at the Belle Isle Street circuit? That was well worked to make that one happen, but again, time being gone, and there's a taker late in the pack. This is Clint Shane Smith. This is an early call for a stop. He wants to gain places.
Yeah, that's it. He wants to try and get that undercut working. Do those couple of laps in nice clean air, and he'll be able to gain a few positions that way later on. Or maybe he decides to go for the really long middle stint. Remember, he will have to pit once more before the end. But he is away, and now we wait with bated breath to see who the next takers are.
Exactly, and of course, with such a wide pit stop window, this is the sort of place where you can get things happening here. As now Gilliam, they're taking that very line, and oh no, someone in the wall, 2 in the wall. Wally's in the wall with Hayden Veld, and that's not good at all. Hayden Veld's crabbing along quite a bit then, trying to get away. He'll catch a motor replay, see how that one's paid off. So Hayden Veld had been struggling, and now there was someone in the wall in front, one of the DPR cars. That just put a concertina, and that was Briggsy finding the wall, and there's Taliantich missing the boot as well, and now on the brakes they go. That is a case of locking it up, scared because of Taliantich looking down the inside, and he missed his braking point by a long way, and Hayden Veld's lucky he's still on his 4 tyres.
Yeah, exactly. I get the feeling that there might have been a slight bit of contact between Taliantich and Wally as well. Here's the onboard from the back of Hayden Veld, and Wally goes for it there, but Veld doing a very good job keeping him ahead. But now switching over to the other side of the track, yeah, I have to say, I think there was a bit of contact from Taliantich that exacerbated that.
It definitely looks that way, and well, we can see it right now. We'll look at it from Talianchich's front nose. This will be the deciding factor here on this one. You can see looking for the inside.
Yeah, there we go.
And that's where it all just came apart, and the 777 will be hoping to say is, I'm very, very sorry, I didn't mean to do that, but it won't mean too much. So Andrew Dyson has dived down into the pits, as has Philip Worley, who of course did have that damage and will have to work with that to the end. Hayden Veld has stayed out though in 22nd position. He's trying to run to a number here, and I think that he is going to be hoping that there's another safety car at some point here in this race. There is Brian Borg with mirrors full of the Zuba Racing 208 of Chris Coxhead here, and he's got his teammate behind. If you want sandwiches on sandwiches, you've got a fantastic Premier Racing Team Zuba double stack sandwich.
That's a club sandwich, just about, and I don't think Brian Borg is finding it very delicious because he's got quite the pressure being put on him from Chris Coxhead. It was a slightly better exit from turn 11 for Chris, but Brian Borg a little bit braver on the brakes into 12 and 13, and can he nail the exit is the big question. It looks like he has. Coxhead, again, with slightly better traction, but he's not going to have any space to put a move on him in 1 and 2 here. Has to back off early once again.
Get a good run through turn 2, and you might have the chance here, Chris, to get past Brian Borg, who's been very good on the defence early on. This is lap 8 then of 53, and now here comes the chance then. Which way do you want to go? Inside looking? Yes, it will be inside looking for Chris Coxhead. Late on the brakes, as late as you dare, into turn number 3. You know it's trouble on the exit, and he gives a lot of room there to Brian Borg, but the move is pass scored and completed right now, so it's double filling of Premier Racing Team moving on through in towards the next lap of turn number 5. A 7-car train stretching back to James Mackay in 14th place, and Chris Coxhead has work to do. He's got 3 seconds to find to get to Damien Johnstone.
Well, at least he has clear air now, and we'll be able to see what his true pace really is. He was stuck behind Brian Borg for quite some time. I'm hearing noise of interest in the background.
You certainly are. I'm just keeping an eye on Jordan Caruso, who's just dropped 3/10 over that section, and he is very, very lucky he's not hit the wall for 1 at turn 7, so he's okay there, but it looks like he's just starting to hit a little bit of a moment here as Caruso, where everyone else is just pulling him back a little bit. He's lost a 10th on that lap. Andrew Gilliam's just taken a little while to get his tyres up to temperature, and I think he's starting to reel back Caruso in. If he gets it within a second, then Caruso's got cause for concern, because he is being pegged back here by the top 5.
Yeah, that he is. It's not a great situation for that driver to be in, but that 3-car pack of Gilliam, Elnabi and Downs still running line astern as we see Brian Borg under attack from Corey Shepherd into turn 2. You can see Chris Coxhead starting to streak away from this pack now, and Borg, I think it's been proven he was the cork in the bottle for that one, because have a look at this pursuing pack behind. You can barely fit them all into the one corner.
You certainly can't. It's almost like trying to do the Mini Cooper challenge, where you try and see how many people you can fit inside a Mini Cooper. But for the time being anyway, it seems like everyone in the pack has got to be patient, or they've got to play the alternative card. And that alternative card is, well, we can come down in, we can make a stop now, we can try and cycle on out and get ourselves a little bit out of position. But if there are no safety cars, we are in a good position to go out there and make this race what we can make of it. So now you start wondering here, okay, are we going to start seeing here drivers get a little bit desperate? Wayne Burke took the alternative line there, going through turn 11, trying to open up the exit maybe for 12 on Jordan Ross. That one not quite happening, so to speak, but ultimately, again, it's another waiting game that we are seeing here, and Wayne Burke decides, I've had enough of waiting here, I'm going to take a stop.
Yeah, and speaking of the pit lane, Michael Taliancic is going to tour through there at some point as well, because race control has given him a black flag for that incident with Philip Worley and Hayden Veld. Meanwhile, the battle continues for 2nd and 3rd. Gilliam has held up really nicely here. He's just putting his feet right every single step of the way. Ugh, almost put a foot wrong there. Slight glance off the wall, but it hasn't hurt him too much. And there goes Wayne Burke out of the pit lane. Very interesting pit exit here at Belle Isle. Oh, hello.
That's awkward. Let's them all go, and let's get on our way again. So Philip Worley gets himself off and going again. I think he wanted a bit of clean air, because he is laps down. He's just trying to run his own race, it seems. So that was a little bit weird. He was parked on the outside of the pit exit, which was a little bit awkward there to try and get around. But for the time being anyway, we focus on 9th and 10th. Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd here in this one at the moment. Brett Loxton will be the one who will want to get through, and he knows what he's capable of doing here as Brett Loxton. Of course, he had a career best second place finish over, of course, at Montreal in 2019. He's been struggling to work out what's right with the car, but it seems like the entire team have found something that works here today around this place, because Brett Loxton's in a good run, and now Jordan Ross decides, I have to cover Wayne Burke. He dives down into the lane.
Yeah, righto. So Jordan Ross, another early taker here. Let's see how it works out in the battle between himself and Burke. Burke's pit stop time, 13.5 seconds, as we see Michael Taliancic pull through the pits to take his drive-through penalty. For Jordan Ross, though, what is his pit stop going to be? Still at a standstill. This is actually a long-ish stop for Jordan Ross, 14.9 seconds. So Burke might just be able to get by before turn 1. Yeah, of course, there he goes. Jordan Ross just getting to the end of pit lane now, but Ross is going to have an extra couple laps of fuel in the tank.
Yes, exactly, and you can see where Wayne Burke is. He's stuck behind Kurt Stenberg, who's missing the front and has a very cool engine because it's completely exposed right now to the elements, going through turn number 2 right now, turn 3 right now and going on forward. Now all of a sudden, Forzan Elnabi is back in the clutches of Madison Down, and now this becomes a little bit awkward here for Forzan because he was looking like he was trying to be aggressive and attacking. He hasn't had a good lap this time. He's down to 9/10 of a second, the gap between himself and Andrew Gilliam, and all of a sudden he's looking behind himself instead of in front. How quickly this happens when it comes to street circuit racing. Forzan has to be really, really cautious here about how he negotiates with the championship leader.
Yeah, that he does. And it looks like Andrew Gilliam has left him for dead at the moment. Madison will want to try and get by El Nabi, get himself into a podium position and see if he can advance forward to Gilliam and Caruso up ahead. They're still very close through turns 1, 2, and 3. And Down's not going to have a chance to get through here. El Nabi's last lap time, 1:30.251, and almost everyone around him has been doing 29s as Corey Shepherd takes his first stop.
He takes his stop, but I expect him to be out behind a couple of drivers here. There is Jordan Ross, for example, who is there in P25. He's just coming through now. That's Kurt Stenberg, so Wayne Burke has already gone through on that, but Shepherd does come out ahead of Jordan Ross. So that's the key there for Corey Shepherd's times. He has come out ahead of someone that he has needed to in terms of that. And there is Clint Shane Smith in the background there. So his strategy is working out quite nicely. Andrew Dyson gets the pass done on Hobbo 88, Brenton Hobson. So that's one more chalked down in the books as a move score complete. And here is Kenneth Latta under a bit of pressure for 18th place. He's got Glenn Postlethwaite for company.
Yeah, even in the minor positions, you have something to fight for, and Kenneth Latta, unfortunately, looks like a few opening lap shenanigans have left him minus a rear wing, and with the back end of that car crumpled in a bit. It's not going to have a huge effect on him because this track has generally low-speed corners. It's not really an aero circuit. So he's doing all right at the moment, is Kenneth, but Glenn Postlethwaite taking a couple of tenths out of him on the last lap. So it'd be interesting to see what Posy can do from that position. He is out of position from where he started, remember.
Tell you what's interesting, gap at the front of the field, it's down to 1.1 seconds now between Jordan Caruso and Andrew Gilliam. And once again, Gilliam is starting to find a little bit of a turn of cadence here, which is keeping Jordan Caruso honest. But we continue, actually we just turn over to look at that right now and start to see where those gaps are starting to form here. Gilliam's pulled a second here on Forzan Elnabi. We've seen that now. He's found another couple tenths of a second here, and that's going to just open things up at the moment. It's been pretty calm and cool at this moment in time, but someone who is on a charge is the 208 machine in 8th place. That's Chris Coxhead, because look at the gap between himself now and Damien Johnstone. It was up at 2.5 seconds. It's now down to 1.
It's a good run from Coxhead, and I mentioned before we were going to see his true pace, and now we have. Coxhead's lap times have been in and around the low 1-minute 30s for the past few laps. He's putting on some really consistent runs. Damien Johnstone, meanwhile, his lap times have been hovering around the mid 1-minute 30s. So Coxhead just chipping away at him here lap by lap.
It's almost like an artisan's tools at this moment in time for Chris Coxhead. He's just slowly working that gap down and making sure that he's just doing the right thing in terms of the strategy run, and that is just to gain a place and think about it one position at a time. And that's the way that this race has been running for a number of drivers in this field on lap 14 of 53. For those who are just joining us, we have had, Brian Borg just clipping the wall there in the background of shot, and that's going to be the chance that Brett Loxton was looking for as he deals with the cork in the bottle. Not just yet, though. He's got the inside at turn 5. This is going to be a little bit dicey, and James Mackay on the back of this. He's got to work out which line he's got to choose here, and on the brakes, it is going to be Loxton's.
And Loxton holding it round the outside of turn 5, which you can do. He would have put a lot of faith in Brian Borg to not squeeze him into the section of wall that juts out there, but that is moved on then for Loxton. Borg losing another position, back down to 10th place now. And can James Mackay get into the top 10? He was knocking on the door in qualifying. Maybe he'll be able to make good on it in the race.
We will certainly have to see as they look to try and battle it out and be aggressive here with their strategies here. We're looking towards that 1/3 distance as the prime place for drivers to come down in and make their stops. Around 18 laps, 17, 18 laps will probably be the ideal stint length for a number of drivers here in this field, and Brian Borg's had enough. He's been overtaken, clipped the wall, maybe a bit of damage to try and repair. There's now pretty much as good a time as any to dive down in onto the lane and make a stop.
Yeah, and the people around him will have seen that, and they might want to respond to it very shortly. Meanwhile, the gap up the front is now under a second. It's 0.8 between Jordan Caruso and Andrew Gilliam. Jordan, I think, is just focused on keeping it consistent, keeping it roughly out of the walls. As long as you can consolidate that lead, you're good. But Andrew Gilliam has something to chase. He's got a car up in front that he wants to advance on.
He certainly does, and it's that waiting game that we look at here, and Jordan Caruso knows what he needs to do, knows what he's capable of doing. He's been a nearly man this season. He's been knocking on that door but hasn't been able to go on through to the Winners' Club and not have a nice dine and drink with those who are there. So he definitely wants to be close enough to make that happen. But Andrew Gilliam, of course, newest member to Win Club, some would say, would definitely want to make sure that he is pretty much having a great run of things at the moment as we hit that first pit stop window cycle. No one, yes, someone. Forza Nabi is the first taker of the real runners. It's come down in. Now this is going to set the chain reaction off.
It is. Jordan Caruso will have been told about that. Andrew Gilliam would have been told about that. And Madison Downs saw it for himself just up behind. There's Kurt Stenberg with the recently pitted Jordan Ross behind him. And Stenny looking very worse for wear. It's a shame after his qualifying performance. I expected that he'd get off to a good start, but obviously been involved in incidents not of his own doing and having to fight against an advancing pitted car.
Exactly, and that's going to make life very, very awkward and difficult here for Kurt Stenberg. He will continue out for another lap though and keep Jordan Ross at bay. Out and away then is Forza Nabi. He's in 15th position right now, and this is just behind him, 16th and 17th. There's Kenneth Latter. He's got mirrors full of Posy, who will be thinking about the inside here on the brakes, trying to scare Kenneth Latter, but Kenneth is someone who knows every trick in the book, and he will definitely not be falling for the oldest one.
No, certainly not, but the pressure's going to be piled on still for Posy. Slightly tighter entry into 5. Latter late apexed it, carry the momentum a bit, but have a look at how Postlethwaite fires it into 5 and 6. He's really trying hard to get the run on Kenneth Latter, but he was a bit too aggressive as we see our leader jump on into the lane. And interestingly, looks like Andrew Gilliam and Madison Downs staying out.
Well, it was a case where Caruso wanted to cover off the move, and well, there could have been some other strategies available depending on what James Scott wanted to do in 5th place. He could have played himself into this hand quite handsomely, but ultimately, we continue to look at this battle here on the back of Kenneth Latter. He's got no wing. That's not going to be very helpful for him. He's got no wing, sir, as he goes through. Damien Johnstone has also decided to bring the car down, the 033, onto the lane as these drivers look to go on through. Now, question on pit exit. Where is Forza El Nabi going to come out in comparison here to Jordan Caruso? And it looks like the answer is ahead with that stop. So Forzan's put in a really nice run, and he's by a long way as well. So Forzan's got less fuel in the car than what Caruso's got.
Way less. Here's the pit stop times. It was 15.7 seconds stationary for El Nabi, 21.5 seconds for Caruso. So Jordan is going long on this second stint. We're going to see a very late second stop from him and a sprint to the end.
That could be something that really does play into his factor. Or did Pozzi just tap the wall there going into turn number 5? That looked like a very awkward corner, and suddenly trying to think of the inside is Thomas Hinds in that green and black Zuva car trying to make something happen. That one doesn't work. There you can see where Damien Johnstone has popped on out, and because of everything that's been going on and how late he's left it here, it's going to be awkward. Oh my goodness, no, that's Jordan Ross having a big moment of his own, and how on earth has he managed to keep that going? He drops 2 places, but ultimately he's now with his teammates. So let's have another little look at this one then. How does he do this one all on his own? Does he just grab the... Oh, he just grabbed the grass. It's the most inconspicuous bit of grass, and he grabbed it and he's found fence.
Yeah, and quite a bit of fence too. That was a very heavy hit, but seems like visually at least not much damage. There's Andrew Gilliam in the pits, James Mackay in there as well. Madison Down has still stayed out on the circuit, and by goes Jordan Caruso. Gilliam just getting out of pit lane ahead of him, it seems.
And right there with Andrew Gilliam, and they've got, of course, the Super Split 2 winner of Josh Thomas that they're trying to battle with. El Nabi down the inside, and this is going to be pass scored completed here. And now suddenly Andrew Gilliam's in an awkward place because he's just jumped up onto the scene, and he's got to get the move done, and he's got to get it done quickly without losing time here to Forza El Nabi. This is what traffic does for you. Yes, for position, but this is what drivers on differing strategies do for your race. You have to get through them quickly, and suddenly Andrew Gilliam's in a spot of bother.
Yeah, looks like it. El Nabi streaking away now, and Gilliam not able to find a way through on Josh Thomas. Aggressive on the brakes, but again, nothing doing for him as we ride on board with Thomas Hinds. He is now past Wayne Burke, but still piling the pressure on, and Hinds still needs to get past Glenn Postlethwaite. Had a red-hot go at it just before, but the playing field has been reset again.
It certainly has, and now you start seeing here why this is such a tough circuit and why drivers want to battle here, because they know what they need to. Brett Loxton comes in then from what was 5th place at the time on the track, as now Josh Thomas here has mirrors full of one Mr. Andrew Gilliam. But again, you're not going to get it done into turn 1. It's going to have to be 3 where you're going to try and open up this corner. Caruso, fastest lap of the day, 129.2, chasing down, knowing he's got to try and get there. And that was a little bit shaky there from one Mr. Andrew Gilliam. He'll be thinking about a move, but he's not in position for it. Another lap means it's another lap of just sitting, waiting, compounding. Unless he gets a good run off the exit here, I think he's going to die for this one at turn 4. Oh, that's beautifully done.
Yeah, and looks like Josh Thomas just keeping it out of the wall on exit 2. So no harm, no foul. Continue on. Now Gilliam can focus on catching back up to El Nabi, but that gap is quite large as we see Brett Loxton and Corey Shepherd battling for 14th and 15th. Modem simulation replay coming up because something happened between these two guys just before. They were side by side on the exit of turn 2. Loxton had just come out of the pits, so this was actually a really nicely secured move for Loxton up the inside into turn 2, and he's got the fresh tyres to boot. He can just protect from Shepherd.
Well, it's not the easiest thing that you want, as James Scott has come in from what was 2nd position on the road at the time. He was net 5th on track as he looked to come down in, and there goes Jordan Caruso at turn 12 through on Josh Thomas, on someone that he used to be a part of the team of earlier on this season, and that will be the cue for Josh Thomas. Okay, all the leaders have gone on through. I've done my job. Time to dive down into the pits, and that is Wayne Burke through 13, wanting a piece of Thomas Hinds. This could get dicey quickly. He's got the inside, he's got the nose for turn 1 here. Hinsy's got to fight this one here on the outside, and he has to lift off of it because that is all Wayne Burke all day long.
Yeah, big marbles on the outside of turn 1. You can't really go side by side through there once the race has gotten in, but man, Burke making sure that you can race just about anywhere on this circuit. Really good job from Hinsey to give him the room as well, but that's brought Brett Loxton into contention here. The top 4 we're hearing still have yet to pit. That's Down, Jones, Coxhead and Christensen at the top of the ticker on the left of your screen. But this battle continues, and my goodness, what a fight we're seeing.
Absolutely. We've also got the likes of Kenneth Latter, Glenn Postlethwaite. They've got to think about it as well over the course of this one. But Madison Down has a few laps then in the race lead right now, and he'll be hoping that he gets them pretty nicely worked out. Kobe Jones in second, Chris Coxhead third, and Ben Christensen in fourth. On cue, though, in comes number 2 from position 2. Chris Coxhead follows in on strategy call as well. Lap 21, they dive down in, and Christensen will follow. So all of the HJR cars, who've had a pretty decent race of things so far, all falling to the same strategy. Madison Down stays out, though, for another lap, and this is going to be about a big overcut, which we normally expect someone like a Richard Hampstead to try and execute.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise seeing Madison Down going for this, but he's obviously run the numbers in his head, and it's worked out well for him. So we'll wait and see when he decides to come in. He'll have to come in soon, though. It's going to be very short final 2 stints for Madison Down as we take another look at Brett Loxton and Thomas Hins. And oh, that was another sound of interest I heard.
Yeah, that's Chris Coxhead. He's out and away in 8th place attacking Kenneth Latter, and Kobe Jones has just leapfrogged James Scott in the stops.
Yeah, righto. So James Scott's race not going fantastically there. I think slightly quicker pit stop for Kobe Jones. I'll just check. Yeah, wow. 13 seconds stationary for Jones. For Scott, 19.4 seconds.
6 seconds of difference makes all the world of it right now. And track position now is with Kobe Jones in position number 5 now in this race. Madison Down is the only person yet to come down and really make a big stop, but you've also got this awkward thing for Kenneth Latter when he knows that he's got that 208 behind, and very friendly with the teams there at the HJR is Kenneth Latter. He often jumps on from time to time and has a nice little chat and conversation with the lads, very friendly, and ultimately he's now going to be in a position where, well, what do you want to do? Postlethwaite as well was under pressure there from Wayne Burke, and now we are under a train of someone who has yet to come down and decide to make that really big decision. They stay out for another lap. Kenneth Latter having a really good run, but here comes Burke. He likes turn 1 as a place to try and attack. He thinks about it, but ultimately look at how much that's going to compromise Postlethwaite there through turn number 2. Here comes a chance.
Here comes a chance indeed. Postlethwaite crossed up on the exit of turn 2 as well, so that means Burke with the inside. Thomas Hins having a look as well. He's going to use the racing line to try and get up on these guys. Postlethwaite gives Burke room and just gets into the tyres on the exit of turn 3, so that is now 3 positions lost for Glenn Postlethwaite as Brett Loxton moves in ahead. Corey Shepherd is the next car behind.
Glenn Postlethwaite gave so much room, he forgot to give himself room there on the outside of the corner. Big lockups then, going through the off-camber turn number 6, which is such a devilishly difficult corner. I never get that one right. But Kenneth Latter here, doing a great job here in 7th position, holding up the train. On the brakes he goes, and that won't mean too much here at this moment in time. He knows what he's running to. Lap 23 of 53, and he's having a really good start to things at this moment in time. As you can see, the likes of the Ratu car there of Thomas Hins in the middle. He's got Brett Loxton, someone that he partnered up with for the Enduros there just behind. And then you can see Corey Shepherd on the back of this train with Glenn Postlethwaite. And now look at this, dive down the inside. Chris Coxhead having that one for breakfast, lunch and dinner. That was a lovely move.
It was indeed, and I've got to give props to Kenneth Latter for giving him room once again. It's very difficult to go side by side through a corner like that, but Chris Coxhead showed his hand early, made the move and made it count. So now he's up the front of this train and already starting to jet away as Latter had a slight lock-up into turn 1. Now he's got Burke right on the back of them. This could be a move down at 3.
Certainly could. Wayne Burke doesn't like waiting. He's a very impatient driver as he looks to dive down to the inside of Kenneth Latter. He has to leave the door open. He's left it very open because that's the move done, and Thomas Hinds gets the position. Oh, Loxton on the grass, trying to get the car turned in. That's not the most ideal way to go towards turn number 4, and now you started to see the micro mistakes being made from drivers in this pack who get bogged down and frustrated, and that's where chances come for those at the back of the pack.
Indeed, Thomas Hinds had a chance to get by Kenneth Ladder there, but unfortunately, just a little bit too hard into the turn, got a bit crossed up himself, and that's the problem for Josh Thomas, our split 2 winner, into the runoff at turn 3, and he doesn't look like he's going anywhere.
Looks like it could be a blown engine here on the Motum Simulator replay as we look at ourselves here. This will be on the downshift where it all goes wrong. On the brakes, bopping, popped engine. And crucially enough, he continued so far down the escape road there at turn number 3, looking to go back to mainland Detroit. Ultimately, I think he should be able to get the opportunity to escape, and he does so. There is Forza Elnabi in second position right now, who will be desperately hoping that he is chasing down enough at the moment. He has now got the gap being pegged to 1.7 seconds here to Andrew Gilliam, who's doing a good job at keeping in a range. But here's the battle for 5th. James Scott has found the back, of course, of one Mr. Kobe Jones, but now you start to see here where the likes of Kenneth Latter find themselves in the mix. Glenn Postlethwaite there in 12th position as Corey Shepherd, I believe, has come down into the pits again.
Yeah, I think Corey Shepherd was one of the cars taking an early stop before the pit window opened, so might just be getting that number up. As we take a look at James Mackay, he's fallen back to 17th place, and he's right in the midst of this train that is headed up by Kurt Stenberg. Good job from Stenny, by the way. You just saw him at the bottom of the screen. Started in 19th and now running in 13th, so he's held up really well despite the big damage he's carrying.
Yeah, Damien Johnstone hasn't been able to find a way through here in this one, and Stenberg has been a stick in the side of many a driver over the years who has wanted to try and get by him. He is definitely one of the characters that you'll find in this championship, and someone who I think will go down as an integral part of this series in terms of just a presence and a personality. But now you start to wonder here, who's going to find ways through and at what point? Madison Down has stayed out, mind you, for 25 laps on this stint so far, and Stenberg's also staying out another lap longer here on this run. So there's some really interesting dynamics, and the fact that Forza Elnabi and co aren't really chasing down the gaps and really enough at the front of the field, it would tell you, as we look at Damien Johnstone, that Madison Down might be in a really good position at the end of this race.
Oh, and as Damien Johnstone goes for it on Stenberg into turn 3, Stenny doing very well to maintain the momentum, give Johnstone the room and keep going. I get the feeling that battle is going to turn pretty soon, but on the subject of Madison Down, well, he has had nearly half the race now just lapping by himself, and it's when Madison Down is by himself that you can really see where he gets all of his success from. When it's just him and a track, he is just about unstoppable. Forza Elnabi nearly 30 seconds behind now, and the lane time, mind you, is around 33 to 35 seconds. So if Madison doesn't eke out a gap, when he takes his next stop, he's going to come out either just with the lead pack or just behind them.
Well, that's going to be something worth seeing here. There's the 209 side by side, Brett Loxton, Thomas Hinds, and I think Hindsy's going to get this one here as they jam onto the brakes in towards turn 7, but the inside's back there for Loxton, and he's going to pick it up on the exit inside at 8 again, and that is going to be Loxton's held at the moment. There, just behind as well, is Glenn Postlethwaite, who wants in. We'll catch this one on the Motum Stimulation replay here of this one all coming about. So this is how Brett Loxton started to fall back, but this is actually Damien Johnstone that we're going to go back and have a little bit of a look at here. We're back live though on Racing Action here, ladies and gentlemen, and this is going to be how he's going to try and get this one done down the inside, and no. Yes.
Yeah, not quite. Oh,
Maybe.
maybe. That's a big slide from John Stone, and he muscles his
Yes.
way through on Stenberg. That is a yes. So what can Jordan Ross do? Wow, big opportunistic move right up the inside of Hins at 5. Oh, no, sorry, that's Stenberg. Got my names confused. Stenberg defending the inside, forcing Jordan Ross to go the long way round. They make contact on the exit. Stenny shuffled out of the way, and have a look at the car behind, looking to take advantage of this. It's James Mackay wanting the position. Stenny is going to defend, a little bit more contact between the two of them. What great racing. Ben Christensen is right in this as well.
You don't want to be here with a full body of lunch. You need to be pretty much alert and on it here, and making sure that you're not lax. So this is working quite well here for those drivers. Synergy pulled that off to a T. Inside at 3, then at 4. Jordan Ross had to work for it, but he got it. But now all of a sudden, Kurt Stenberg remembers that one like L.A. Noire, and now you start wondering, okay, what's next? Stenberg dives into the pits. That's what's next.
Yes, indeed. And I don't blame him. Wants to get out of that one quick, sharp. Brian Borg is going to join him for his second stop of the night, I believe. We're waiting to see if Madison Down comes into the pits this time round, but Kenneth Latta still holding on to a top 10 position with the pursuing Zuva pack behind. Only a couple turns left now for Madison Down on this lap. Surely he pits this time.
Surely he does, but we'll have a little look and see. No, he's continuing. He's got a fuel spray in that car. It says fuel as he goes on through, and he gets another lap out of it that way. So he's really working the tank here onto the 28th lap. We are over the halfway stage of this event, which is going to be down to who can make the best of their strategy here. Kenneth Latta, you can see in that 9th position at the moment, is really having to play the defensive card, and he is running a race which is a stick in the mud type of race where you're really going to be struggling to find anybody getting close enough to really try and win. And this is working quite nicely here for Kenneth, who will be thinking about top 10, top 15, and going, this was a really, really good idea.
Yeah, certainly. I think Kenneth can really come away with this knowing that he's got what it takes to defend against some of the best in this series as long as he gets into the right position. That's just another take-up for the pit lane, and it looks like that's Glenn Postlethwaite jumping in the 95.
Certainly does, and that's because it is. So Glenn Postlethwaite in the 95. Synergy Sim Racing car is on the lane and taking that service. There is Brian Borg. He's come out just behind Madison Down, who is your race leader here. So one lap down in 24th position on the road at this stage, and running really good times here is Madison Down. This is the champion's mark, just staying out longer and longer and longer and not really losing too much. He continues for another lap then onto his 29th revolution of the circuit. He's going to be splitting this down, you'd feel, to 2 13-lap stints, or maybe even 2 11-lap stints come the end if he continues to go on at the rate that he's going.
Yeah, and I don't know how that's going to work out for him with the drivers around him still yet to make their second pit stop. They've already gotten one out of the way. Either way, it's going to be super close up the front when Down inevitably pits as Thomas Hins continues looking forward here at Kenneth Latta and Brett Loxton. And remember, Hinsey and Loxton driving together in the Enduros. How much lock do you want on the exit? Once again, it's those bumps on the exit of the turn 11 hairpin that can really cross you up around this circuit. But have a look at Loxton out of turn 12. He's got a much better exit, a much smoother exit. Hinsey dives into the pits. That's going to be his second time through the lane.
Certainly is. He had a bit of opposite Loxton. You can see how early his box is there as he stops right in it there, and now all of a sudden Brett Loxton, he's all over the back of Kenneth Latta. Kenny, which way do you want to defend this one, sunshine? Because Brett Loxton wants through and he's going to think about it, but no, it's not going to be the case just yet on the brakes. But Latta just a little bit laterally late there as he tries to get it all slowed up. Loxton's diving at turn 4. He's getting impatient.
He is, and Down's just come into the pits as this has happened. Brett Loxton tries again on Kenneth Latta, but our race leader is in the lane. Let's see what he can do. Let's see what Forzan El Nabi can do. He's actually just coming up to turn 11 now is El Nabi, just gone through there. So Madison Down has an awful lot of time in hand. He doesn't have to put much fuel in at these 2 stops, so this is going to be a quick one.
It certainly is. He's pretty much run the tank to dry. He's got 24 laps to work, so 2 lots of 12-lap stints. Try and play this one out. There is Forza Elnabi, and how is this one going to play out then? Where is Madsen down? He's coming out to the pits right now, so Elnabi will have the race lead here, but look at the work that Madsen Down has done in terms of that stint. He is in second position, and he is thoroughly deserved to be in second position. That is the brilliantest of overcuts I think I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, look at how much of a gap he's got over Andrew Gilliam now. That just says it all. Madsen Down was behind Gilliam before the pit stop cycle started. There goes Brett Loxton into the pits, and it looks like Kenneth Latter has decided to stay out. Brett Loxton just going, nah, screw this. I'm just going to get some fresh tyres. And look at Kenneth just minding his own business out there as usual.
Sunday drive for Kenneth Latter. He is there in 9th position at this moment in time, and there is Sean Linsell and Adam Brooks 14th and 15th position as they try and work their way through and get themselves into the battle. There's been so much going on actually in terms of these battles. We haven't talked about the battle going on for 5th and 6th place here on the road. It stayed within about half a second for about the last 5 laps or so at this stage. As we look at Linsell and Briggs right now, it's Kobe Jones and James Scott here having their own fight, and this is a really impressive drive from Kobe Jones. He's up 2 places here from his qualifying position, and not only that, he is keeping behind someone who has really done well over the course of this one so far, and this, I think, is the moment where we say Kobe Jones is one to look out for in the next couple of seasons.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that by any measure. And worth pointing out that James Scott started 2 positions ahead of Kobe Jones. Of course, Scott had his dramas in the opening laps, but Kobe Jones there holding station beautifully in at the number 2. Really impressed with his drive. He's up 2 positions from where he started. Back in check with the lead, though. I'm seeing that, oh, there goes Kenneth Latter into the pits. He might get a brand new rear wing for his troubles, but this lead is starting to come down gradually for Madsen Down. Remember, he has lighter fuel and he has fresh tyres. Of course, Forza Elnabi has already burnt through a lot of the fuel in his tank, but those tyres will be well past their best.
They certainly will, but the key here is that Forzan will get that time all back again if he attacks the tyres on the new set that he'll be getting. But at what point does he decide he wants to hold up Madsen Down? Remember, if Madsen Down finishes second all the way here from now to the end of the season to Forza Elnabi's first, this is Madsen Down's title. The last round of the championship can't be dropped, of course, so if he runs into troubles at Road America, well, we know where that one's going to go. But ultimately, Forza Elnabi at this stage has really got to be focused and thinking here in terms of how this one's going to go, because of the fact that he needs drivers in between himself and Madsen Down, and Madsen has just set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:29.2 on that last time by.
And that would have been good enough for probably 3rd or 4th on the grid in terms of qualifying. There's Jordan Caruso taking his second pit stop from what was 6th place there. So Jordan Caruso setting a fantastic pole time, but falling back in the race. We'll see what he can do in his final stint. He'll be hoping that Forza Elnabi, Madsen Down, Andrew Gilliam and the like have some issues when they come in for their second stop. Jordan Ross and Ben Christensen continue to fight. Oh, look at this.
Caruso out of the pits, and he's alongside Damian Johnstone, and he just gets ahead. Well worked by the Altus crew to get him out in front there of Damian Johnstone on the stop. I tell you what Forza Elnabi could probably do with right now to equalise the field, and that would be one certain safety car, which we've had one of already today.
Yeah, but the field has spaced itself out a fair bit. It's not like it was on lap 1 where there were so many close quarters. If a safety car is to come out, it's going to have to be for an incident, an awkward spot on the track. Madsen Down, super close to Forza Elnabi now and being very aggressive with the curbs in 12 and 13 as well. More oversteer on the exit, and Elnabi comes into the pits for his second stop.
That's interesting then. On lap 32, he gives way to Madsen Down, who will take more laps in the race lead. Gilliam will follow down into the lane, so that will release Madsen at the front of the pack. He can choose when he wants to come down and gain the advantage that he wants to. Jordan Ross's mirror is full of Ben Christensen, though. The 143 against the 9. right now, and they can see just behind Sean Linsell in the clean Exto Gaming car at this moment, going through the next right. So they'll be looking to try and gain as much as possible. Now, where are they going to come out in forms of Caruso? Both of them struggling, both of them diving.
And a bit of contact just before they get across the cones for good measure. Out comes Andrew Gilliam, and that looks like he's just ahead of Jordan Caruso now. Very close between the two of them. And Caruso unable to get up alongside Gilliam into turn 3, but he's going to go for the dive contact, and he's turned him around.
Just like that. Both of them in trouble. Caruso goes straight on. They're going to have to flick spin. Oh, he flick spin into him as well for a bit of measure. I wonder how much of that had intentional meaning there from one Mr. That is Andrew Gilliam. But that will go down as these two effectively writing themselves out of this race for the victory and even the podium as well. You can see Gilliam just comes out of pits on the Motum Simulation replay, and this is where it all runs itself into a world of troubles because Caruso, cold tyres, not sure where the braking zone is, bang, tags the rear, could have made the corner if he wanted to, but decided to redress it by going straight on.
Well, that's a big shame there, and once again, secondary contact there as Gilliam flicked the car around to get back going. So they're both completely out of contention of this one. That's a big shame. They could have both been contenders for the podium. Caruso's managed to continue in 17th. Gilliam remains now in 12th place.
And now all of a sudden, this is how the field looks. Madison Down leads, Kobe Jones in second, and James Scott is now in third place. So that is how the field looks. Sean Linsell comes in for the second stop. Of course, those final stops are going to be vital here in terms of how everybody does final out. But Andrew Gilliam, you talk about the time he's lost 13 seconds on that one spin alone, that one bit of contact. Cam Beacock in the Taipan car dives down into the lane and gets a bit of a lock-up for his troubles as well. So the 087 decides it's time to make those stops. And now we are fully in who is where on the final stop section, as out of the pits comes Adam Briggs, and he is ahead of Sean Linsell.
He is indeed. A good job there for the DPR crew, with Linsell having Thomas Hins for very intense company right behind him. Slightly better run down the straight for Hins, and oh, that's a big dive coming up the inside. Hinsy's managed to pull it up there, but Linsell having to go wide and gets the better exit. I don't know how much of that move was necessarily planned by Hins, but Sean Linsell, once again, over the bumps. He's having a lot of trouble controlling
drive-through penalty,
thing.
Jordan Caruso. So even with the redress there, he is still going to get a drive-through penalty for that hit. So if he had any thoughts of trying to salvage something out of it, Caruso's day from pole position and the only driver in the 28 at qualifying, well, that is going to be one that he's definitely going to learn from as Wayne Burke pits.
Yeah, from 6th place down to 7th goes Berkey, and taking tyres once again, some extra fuel, and he is now away. We focus back on Linsell with Thomas Hins still highly on the attack coming into turn 11. That's James Mackay coming in for his second pit stop. He is still on for a potential top 10 if he times this right.
Yeah, and he's got to time it right. Out and away, Wayne Burke comes out in 9th place. He's 7 seconds behind Andrew Gilliam now, with Corey Shepherd just 2 seconds behind him down the road. So well worked by Wayne Burke in terms of that stop, but time on the horizon. Jordan Caruso comes in for that drive-through penalty, and this is going to hurt. He's down now outside the top 20 as James Scott here and Kobe Jones. They are fighting each other right now for what is net the last spot on the podium.
Indeed, and it's Kobe Jones who occupies it at the moment. Forzan El Nabi, as you can see, still down in 5th after taking his second stop. These guys have yet to do that. So James Scott unable to make any inroads on Kobe Jones in the middle of this stint, but he's going to try and change that. Down to the pits he comes for some fresh tyres, hoping for an undercut.
Well, James Scott knows he's seen his teammate run into troubles. He doesn't want any dramas. In and behind that as well is Chris Coxhead, who's having a very stellar drive today. He is right now in the 208, and it goes without saying. Here comes Gilliam down the inside of Tom Freer. The former teammates then getting that one done. Forzan El Nabi sets the fastest lap of the day as well. He is desperate to chase down Madison Down in terms of this strategy call here today as they look to go on through. It's a race effectively split around everyone else, but out and away, where are you going to find yourselves? right now? The answer is Chris Coxhead is going to be just behind all of these drivers in terms of the stop. He gets himself out and away, which means here in terms of stops that this could be a little bit awkward. James Scott is out and away in 4th place, but he's only 1.4 seconds clear of Andrew Gilliam, who'd want to get by both of not only one Mr. James Scott, but also Kobe Jones as well.
Yeah, well, Andrew Gilliam has got a lot of time to make up nonetheless from that mistake he made. Might he be able to recover to a top 5? That remains to be seen. We'll have to see what kind of times James Scott is doing later on in this stint, but with these new tyres on, he has got the whole world ahead of him.
Got to work with that whole world, though. He knows that the number 2 car will be trying to work out that strategy and trying to make it happen. Stays out for another lap, does the Jinx Shifter, ANZ Motorsports number 2 machine. So it's going to be another lap by that Kobe's going to be trying to work with. Here's Brian Borg in the pretty pink 017 car, dealing with the 72 Simrigs.com DPR machine of Adam Briggs, trying to recover after a very, very poor qualifying. The 72 is all over the back here. You're not going to find a way through at turn number 9, but Adam Briggs wants 15.
And it's the exits where he seems strongest. Look at how he hooks up the throttle behind Brian Borg with a bit of wheel spin from the Premier Racing Team Mustang. Slightly earlier on the brakes into 12 and 13, but if you can nail the exit out of here, you'll have a nice run down the straight. Unfortunately for Briggsy, it's not translated into a run on El Nabi just yet, but I feel like if he can stick through turns 1 and 2, sorry, yes, my apologies, I think if he can get up alongside him into turn 3, that will be move done, and I think he might just be on his way.
I think he is. I think he wants it. Briggsy's going to look to the inside as there's some commitment behind there, about 4 cars back. Down on the brakes on the inside. Adam Briggs has got the position pretty well done, and that you can't argue with if you're Brian Borg. He'll have to sit behind. 15th now goes to Adam Briggs at this moment in time. Andrew Gilliam 1.2 seconds back of James Scott then, and this is where questions start being asked in terms of this battle as drivers start to think, now Kobe Jones decides he pits. He had waited an extra lap then, so he'll have an extra lap of fresher tyres to work with when he makes that stop. Remember, he was 6 seconds quicker on the opening stop. How's the fuel going to look? He may just fall behind because he has to make a longer stop this time. Already there is James Scott. He's coming down the front stretch right now, looking to try and make this one work. And where is Kobe Jones? He's still in his box, and that's going to be effectively him out of the podium race unless Scott and Gilliam decide they want to come together. Tom Freer is going to jump ahead, but he needs to make a stop. So that puts Kobe Jones effectively net 5th.
Yeah, as I'm looking at the pit stop times, it looks like 10.7 for James Scott, and for Kobe Jones it was 14.9. So we got to remember that Tom Freer is one of the drivers that needs another stop, because he is one of the guys that pitted under the safety car before the pit window opened.
Exactly, so he's got 1 unregulated stop and 1 regulated stop. Here's your race leader, Madison Down. He's got 27 seconds in the back pocket right now in comparison to Forzan El Nabi, and he's got all the time that he needs to play with at this stage. The question though becomes, what point does Madison pit in, and how long does he leave himself if he is behind Forzan El Nabi coming out of the pits to go out and attack for the race win?
That is the big question, isn't it? And it's one that I cannot answer. It's only going to work itself out when we see it. There's Sean Linsell on Brian Borg. And a bit later on the brakes down into turn 7. It was an attempted move. Borg gives him the room, almost glancing off the wall on exit. Such close racing through this arena section of the track. Linsell is right on the attack now.
Oh, he absolutely is, and Sean Linsell will want through, and will want to get that through. Tom Freer is diving down into the pits then to make his final stop of the day in the 707 Synergy Sim Racing car. Lights flashing and all now from Sean Linsell, so he's trying to work everything out. So in comes Freer. Remember, he started from the back. He had a couple of issues in the early goings and was part of that lap one incident with Kyle George, and now you start to wonder, where's he going to come out? There is Borg, there is Linsell. They're both going to go on through, and then you've got the likes, of course, of those trying to really go out there and attack. And we wait, and of course, and still see where these battles, and it's pretty much some Noah's Ark sim racing here, because we've got two battles going on as two teammates here, Thomas Hittens and Ben Christensen, look like they want a little hoo-ha for position.
That they do. Ben Christensen, of course, still missing his boot from damage earlier on, and actually looking quite pacey now versus Thomas Hittens. I'll compare their last lap times. 31.4 for Hittens, 30.5 for Christensen. He is flying right now.
He said in qualifying, actually, just after his qualifying lap, he just sent a message over to me and said he left about half a second to 6/10 on the table. He was not impressed with his qualifying lap, and he is not impressed that he picked up damage, and he wants something to show for it here in this race. And I think now's the time where he is trying to get as much as he can out of this race to try and just gain a few places here and there. There's no harm and no foul racing your teammates hard, and he will know that Thomas Hittens, made bed and all, will be definitely trying to get himself as close as possible to those cars in front, both of whom will feel they have a chance of gaining at least 2, if not 3 places.
Yeah, exactly right. Hinsley's had a great run over the course of this race, and I think if he picks up the times once again, he'll be right on the back of Linsell and Borg. They have just swapped places, those two. So we'll see what Linsell can do in these final few laps, see if he can advance forward any more positions. For Madison Down, though, it seems that the gap up the front is staying consistent at about 27.5 seconds, and that's going to be borderline for when he comes into the stop.
Certainly is. Looks like Damien Johnstone may have just lost a place or two down into 11th position, as out of the pits comes Michael Taliancic in 24th position right now, right behind your race leader, Madison Down. And oh, how apt is that? He's got his teammate just in front of him as well, in Kurt Stenberg, next on the lapping list. So that's going to be a little bit awkward, a little bit of a lock-up there from Stenny, trying to get the car slowed down to number 47. But number 77, Team Boss, knows all about what this Trans-Tasman team is there for and what it stands for. It is a very, very good team and has been for a very long time. There is Andrew Dyson. He is one of your biggest movers and shakers. He is up into 9th place, and you've got to talk about the car who's just behind that, Damien Johnstone, because he has lost a couple places on this lap.
Yeah, looking to try and gain those positions back. I'm going to go back and check to see exactly what happened to Johnstone, because seems like, oh, you know what? I've just caught it. It was contact at turn 3. He went for the move up on the inside of Andrew Dyson, and they made contact. Or actually, no, they did not make contact. Johnston fired it into turn 3, got some oversteer, and lost all the momentum. So he was actually trying to gain the position here on Dyson, but lost an extra one.
That's Schrodinger's overtake for you. You must attack and defend at the same time. If you overcompensate one way, you'll lose it the other. That's the way it certainly works. It's like trying to balance something on a seesaw. There's the dive down the inside. Oh, huge lock up on the front. He'd have flat spotted that, and then he can't get any grip in the tyre because he's heated it up too much. And then he's just been able to gather it up at the cost of James Mackay's place.
Indeed he has. So that's how they pan out in the final couple of positions in the top 10 and 11th to boot. Andrew Dyson looking really good there for a 9th place. And meanwhile, Kenneth Latter, the battler that we've seen throughout this race, back now down in 21st position after taking his second stop, still battling with Glenn Postlethwaite.
I just figured something out here. Does Madison Down maybe skip tyres on this final stop and go incredibly late?
I had that in my head. I was going to talk about it, but I thought, nah, surely not. But it is a possibility.
It's only 8 seconds, but it's 8 seconds
to change
that
tyre.
Really, really pay out for him at this stage, because he knows that he can wait on this one. He's been even keel on the pace with Forzan El Nabi over the course of this run, and so he gives himself enough time. He's not going to be in too much trouble here with this one. It is car number 77, who looks like he has just pulled off the genius masterstroke as his teammate, Kurt Stenberg. Mirrors full of Michael Taliancic. Alphabet soup of a surname if ever you saw one, but he'll be definitely looking to try and get through. But Steady, as we know, is a tough cookie to crumble.
He certainly is. Let's see what Tally can do here. Fires it into turn one. You can see that there's a lot of difference between the grip of those tyres, between those cars, but Stenny hooks up the exit really nicely out of turn two, and Tally does not have a response. Will he fire it up the inside at three? Oh, there were hints of a run there, but Talyancic electing to stay back. Of course, Tally, one of the most experienced drivers in this field, and for my money, one of the cleanest as well. Yes, he's gotten a penalty already in this race, but they don't come very often for Michael.
They don't come very often. These two are neck and neck with each other in the championship as well, mind you. They are 7th and 8th as things stand, so they are going to be really wanting to make a lot out of this one, or 7th and 9th, sorry, in the championship. So they definitely want to be racing against each other. They definitely want to finish ahead of the other and gain a couple points here and there. It will pay off in the long run, but now every point starts to matter here, especially for those in positional battles who want those places to work in their favour. So now what is the next question? Now what can you find? Now what can you do in all of these battles? And it's worth noting there are battles going on up and down the order here as we take a look at car number 77. Is it going to be a dive into the pits this time? Yes, it is. So gives himself 10 laps, does Madison, down to work out where to be. Now, where will you come out with 097 for Zan El Nabi? Is it going to be the safe run and pick some new tyres, get some fuel and get out again? Or is it going to be the road less travelled and give yourself a big gap at the front of the field? El Nabi going through 12 and 13, knows this is the crucial moments of this race. Where is Madison in the 77?
Taking tyres.
Taking tyres. Waiting, and he will be behind Forzan El Nabi. Madison has got work to do then. He must overtake Forzan if he wants the race win. Forzan is in primary position to win this race.
2.5 seconds now, the gap between our two leaders as we have 10 laps to go in this race. It's going to have to be an on-track pass that Madison Down makes if he wants to take this race victory, and he's got the fresh tyres under him as well. He'll want to drive the wheels off this thing. He'll want to use the rubber to its maximum potential, but you cannot afford to make a single mistake around this place. You have to be precise, you have to be perfect, you have to make sure you have peace of mind in every single corner, otherwise your night is over. So this is going to be a fantastic conclusion to the race.
But does he need to make the move though? That's the next question, because he does have the margin in the championship to play with. He doesn't have to be too worried about that. He doesn't need to make this move. He can finish second from now to the end of the season and win the championship, and that will be in the back of the mind. The common sense man, as James Allen once called it, the Nürburgring in 2005, which Kimi Räikkönen didn't listen to as he lost his race on the last lap. This is going to be an awkward battle. This is one for 5th place though. Kobe Jones, Wayne Burke. Wayne has had a fantastic run here today, as has Kobe Jones, but Wayne's charge through the field has been quietly undocumented here in this one, and he could be on for a top 5, but Kobe's got to play defensive from now to the end with the advantage of tyres.
Wayne Burke started in 16th place, and of course now running in 6th. That's a great gain for Burke, taking advantage of others' mistakes and timing his pit stops perfectly. It looks like he might just have an edge over Kobe Jones here in the final stint. Lap time comparison, well, it was a 30.238 from Kobe Jones. Wayne Burke was 4/10 faster, a 29.8. So Burke could be on for a top 5 here. Kobe Jones needs to get his defensive hat on.
If he gets his defensive hat on, he has some help in the 208. Of course, Zuva and ANZ, part of the umbrella group of HJR, that is Henry King's team, of course, and everything that he runs. And so if he gets that help from Chris Cox, then he can go, hey, buddy, can I have a bit of help, please? I'm struggling to deal with a Wayne Burke, and he'll go, no problem, buddy. I'll try my best. Look at the gap that Madison's pulled down. It's now down to 1.7.
And that's only in, what, a lap and a half or something like that?
Yeah.
That's insane between those two as Burke continues to pressure Jones coming into the 7-11 section. but I can see, I'm watching Forza Elnabi right now, and I can see Madison Down just creeping closer and closer. The gap is almost now down to 1.5. Okay, time for my favorite time. Let's compare lap times. A 29.575 from Elnabi and a 28.8 from Madison Down. That is qualifying pace.
That is more than qualifying pace. That is faster than anybody pace at that stage, as now every battle starts to reach up to its climax. Kobe Jones and Wayne Burke looking close for the top 5. Burke within 0.3 of a second here as they go to turn 1. Kobe's got to play the defensive card, but he knows it's a good run here, and 3.5 is going to be awkward. Little slide on the exit there from Wayne Burke, and that might just be the respite needed this lap for Kobe Jones, but there's going to be other opportunities here for Wayne Burke. He's not going to be in Wayne's world right now. He's just got to be patient.
Yeah, patience is the key, but he can see that the laps are gradually ticking away time by time. And there, wow, indeed. 1 second now, the gap between our two leaders. Madison Down is flying right now. And oh no, that looks like a problem there for Kurt Stenberg, and that's Michael Taliancic as well. I think they've come together.
That's a redress, so we'll get a Motum simulation replay quickly of what's happened, then we'll go back to the race lead. It's turn 11 where it's all happened here, and that's a look to the inside. We've seen that already today. Easily done, but well let go there in terms of that one. Stenberg would have not been happy on the radio. Gap down, it's to 0.8 here as they cross the start-finish line. Madison Down has absolutely romped to the back of Forza Elnabi, and all of a sudden, Forzan looks like he's in a little bit of trouble here, and this might just have to be the biggest defensive drive where he makes his car the widest in all of the Motor City.
And this was all due to tyres, due to the timing of the stop. Madison, thanks to taking both of his pit stops really late on, now has much fresher tyres towards the end of the race. Elnabi is still on the hot setters. Oh, that was very close for Wayne Burke in his pursuit of Kobe Jones. Kobe going over to the racing line. Burke trying his best to get up the inside under brakes, but Jones just too powerful on the right pedal.
Oh, Lord, that was going to be close, and Wayne Burke nearly found himself in the General Motors crash there on the inside of turn number 2. That would have been awkward. That would have been difficult. He doesn't want it, but now the championship battle here. Madison Down. This would be the mark of a champion. They say that every champion has one great race, which is to be remembered by, and I think this would be the one that Madison would put in the back pocket and say, I completely owned it. So now has he got this one all nicely locked up under key against Forza Elnabi? Now you start thinking about turn 1. Is that the place I look? No, set it up for 3. And it's 0.3 of a second over the line. This could be a lunge down here, but remember, Madison doesn't want to risk this move as he sees those damaged vehicles in front. The likes, of course, of those of Michael Taliancic and Kurt Stenberg. He's not close enough just yet to make the move. So patience, my dear friend. It's going to be about now waiting for the chances. Wayne Burke close again.
Have a look at how close they are across the line. 1.5 tenths between the two of them, and it might be a repeat down here at turn 3. What kind of exit does Jones get? Reasonable. Burke also a reasonable exit, but I don't know if he's close enough this time. Having a look up the inside for sure, but again, he just has half a car length of space between him and Jones that he doesn't want when they get to that brake marker.
Kobe Jones knows what he needs to do, as does the championship leader, number 77, the red banner. What mistake from Forza Elnabi, can't be capitalised at turn 8. Luck on the side of Forzan. That's the first sign that Forzan has felt the pressure here in this race. He knew that he needed to be good, but that one small mistake, that is the morsel that you feed on as a driver behind, because you know your pressure is working. And again, big defensive line into 12.
And Madison Down, you can see he's carrying so much more speed through the corners thanks to those fresher tyres. It's another good run down the start-finish stretch. There's not going to be any passing into 1 and 2. Elnabi just trying to keep it as clean as possible. Takes a bit too much curb there in 1. And now here is the chance for Madison Down. He's in the draft. Could he come from this far back to get it done? The draft is on. El Nabi goes defensive. It's not going to happen. Almost contact between the two of them. Bumper to bumper. No.
I thought that we were going to end in tears the same way
Oh.
Gillian and Caruso did. How he checked it up, how he slowed it down, I will never know with the number 77. We look back, though, to the rear spoiler of Kobe Jones because Wayne Burke's got the worldie of a run and he's got the inside line. Kobe thought he had it covered. He didn't. He's going to have to go the long way round. And Wayne Burke, I think, may just have top 5 unless Kobe's going round the outside. He is. And he'll have to fight it here at turn 5 as well, which is going to be tough to do. Room, no, not giving on the X. He's thrown him in the fence.
Yeah, Kobe Jones just getting into the wall there on the exit of 4. But that's how it happens this late in the race. Burke, I think, had just had enough. Muscle his way past, and away he goes. Andrew Dyson and James Mackay kicking up some dust, it seems.
And there was some side-by-side behind that as well. So Andrew Dyson then just about having a bit of moments then as we catch that on the replay very, very quickly. We are down to 5 laps to go here at the Motor City Belle Isle. You can see on the brakes. Oh, he ran into the side of him, bang into the wall, redresses the place and goes on through. And there was some side-by-side argy-bargy a little bit behind that as well. But at the moment, your race lead, worth keeping this one in mind, worth keeping this one in a look, because Madison Down can't find the move. There is traffic on the horizon, and now that could be the way through. Michael Taliancic in the Pursuit Sim Racing car potentially could become a factor in this race. And in front of that as well, if you get really desperate here, Kurt Stenberg.
Yeah, it's Kurt.
Taliancic.
Oh, yeah, just getting into the wall up ahead. He's carrying some damage on that car now. It looks like he's going to let them by here on the straight. Nice and easy. There's Michael Taliancic, and he is now behind them. So the next car up the road is indeed Kurt Stenberg, but he's still a few seconds ahead of the Down El Nabi battle.
And this is where it gets really tough for the United driver. Doesn't have much help in terms of this one. He's on the older tyres. This could be a really big defence. Nose to tail right underneath as they go through. It'll be 3 to go at the line. And now your questions start arising. Who's got what? Who needs what here in terms of this one? And you start to wonder, okay, this is going to be a little bit of a, how's it going to go here in terms of this one? It's going to be very, very cautious from Madison Down. Forzan is doing everything possible. Grass being kicked up from Madison Down, and he knows this is the time that you have to go out there and be aggressive. At what point do you go and make this move? Can you even make this move? Think to the inside again. Sparks flying off of Forzan Onabi's car. He just clipped the wall slightly on entry to the corner, but it's nice and clean again. No looks at 4.
Bumper to bumper once again through this very tight section to open up the lap. El Nabi keeping it nice and clean, just bouncing off the curb at turn 5. But you see how much more aggressive Madison Down is under the brakes. He feels that he can use a lot more of that stop pedal than El Nabi. You saw it in the braking zone for turn 3 too. Yes.
Oh, he's trying everything now. And again, no line into turn 7. You feel you go for that one if the last lap's available, but these two fighting for the lead. Oh, he's giving him a bump, is he? Oh, hello. Hello, says Madison Down. He's a little bit frustrated here. He wants that place. He knows he deserves it, but Forzan is being a really tricky customer here today in terms of just holding Madison back. You have got to find a way through and try as quickly as possible, but it's just not happening.
Yeah, I mean, every opportunity that he gets, he's just not close enough. Another headlight flash from Madison Down. He's trying everything in the book to try and distract Forzan El Nabi from taking this race win. 2 laps to go now. The pit window will close at the end of this lap, but everyone has taken their 2 mandatory pit stops, it seems. No one's in trouble. El Nabi now sticking in the middle of the road down the first part of the straight. Down sees an opportunity there. Oh,
Mackay.
oh no.
Awkward place for it. gets himself going again. So Mackay drops way down the order into 17th place. We'll catch this on the Motum replay then and see how that one all came about. He was in the middle of no man's land when this happened, and it was a very weird place to be around like that. So he goes into the corner, and it looks like, yeah, he just loops it, tries to save it, bang into the wall, and that's a long, long way to the very, very tough place to rejoin, and he did so cleanly. So that was ideal, but now, look how close Madison is. He's not there yet, though.
Yeah, not there, but they'll only have one lap to go at the end of this. Look at how aggressive Down is into the left-hander. It's another bump to the back of El Nabi's Mustang. Down to turn 11. It's not going to be a move done here. What about the exit? There's Kurt Stenberg, the lap car just up ahead. 2 more turns to go, and then just one flat out right to the start-finish line, and it will be white flag here in Scops at Belle Isle. There's Kenneth Latta bringing it down to the pits one final time, but Madison Down floors it out of there. The gap looks like it's increasing a little to El Nabi. White flag, Sperry.
Well, it's time now. If Madison's got anything left, he's got to show it here. He's not got himself in position for the run at turn 3, so it's got to be unorthodox, and he's got to rely on Kurt Stenberg playing the team game for this championship. Trans-Tasman love talking about how much they are a team ethic and a team culture around it. This is the time where it's got to pay off here, and you feel for Forzan here. He's in a Trans-Tasman sandwich, not of his own doing, and he's just got to hold on. He tried to play for track position. It worked for him to play for track position, and now he's got to think about, well, I have staved off the most fiercest of challengers for a very long time, and it's working for him at the moment. So now what? Stenberg gets out of the way. He says, you know what? This is bigger than me. I'm going to let this one go. So now Madison's got to find a way to make a mistake out of El Nabi in the final sector. He's so good at turn 8, though, is Madison. This is going to be where he finds the time, and he'll try and open it up for 11. He's right up onto the back, and now he needs to move. 11 is the place, and if it's not 11, it's 12. Has he got a line open for it? He needs another lap. Oh, they come together. They come together. Madison goes through, and he'll redress the position. He'll redress the position, and that will be Forzan's race to win. He went for it. It wasn't on, and the sportsmanship prevails. He knows he's got the buffer in the championship to do so. Forzan El Nabi, yes, it came together at the end, but he's just held off one of the great strategic drives, and Forzan El Nabi now builds momentum here as they head to the final 3 rounds of the championship. Oh my word.
Oh my word indeed. That was a dramatic conclusion to this event. James Scott is going to cross the line to take 3rd. Excellent job from him. And Andrew Gilliam recovering to finish 4th after that hit from Jordan Caruso. Great job from him. Burke in 5th, Jones in 6th. Kobe has just been on fire today. But how about that fight between Down and El Nabi? I think El Nabi will certainly appreciate the redress from Down. It's good to know that there is respect between the drivers, and of course, as you mentioned, Down thinking about the championship. Not over for 10th though. Have a look at Andrew Dyson here getting pushed by Adam Briggs across the line. No! Oh! Okay.
How does that end? We've got a junkyard at the finish line, which is going to be very awkward. I think Brett Loxton stole that one.
He did. He did. Oh no. So it was an attempt at a coordination by DPR there just to get each other across the line, but getting spun right at the very end and losing those extra few points. Here's the onboard from Loxton's perspective.
Dyson runs out of fuel here. This is the key. Dyson's out, and Adam Briggs goes, you know what? I'm going to do the NASCAR thing. I'm going to push you to the line, but ultimately that small kink right means that he turns him on the quarter panel and bang into the wall. Everyone goes 6s and 7s, and ultimately coming up with the royal flush is Brett Loxton.
Yeah, and you know what? Briggs might actually get in trouble with race control for that, because it's in the rule book. You are not allowed to push another car across the line if it's out of fuel. So I don't know. I feel like it was a really late call there for the DPR guys, because Dyson looked like he ran out of fuel out of turn 12, and Briggs just went right into the back of him there. So either way, we'll have to think about that later. El Nabi has got a race win to celebrate.
He certainly does, and what a race win it is. We'll get official classified results then up on your screen for you right now, ladies and gentlemen, because that was a world caliber race, which I think that you will seldom struggle to find better over the course of this year. It keeps doing it here in Scops. We keep finding amazing racing. Forza El Nabi wins this one by 0.6 of a second over Madison Down come the end. Drama on the last lap as they come together, but crucially, Forzan does just enough to hold off Madison Down, who pretty much out-strategized everyone today, just couldn't get the last move done. James Scott will finish in 3rd position, with Andrew Gilliam, a little tap of contact, could have been fighting for that race win, ultimately has to settle for 4th place, with Wayne Burke jumping through Kobe Jones in the later stages to gain 5th place, a gain net of 11 overall. Chris Coxhead, very, very good drive from him, a career best in 7th, with Corey Shepherd in 8th position for the Premier Racing team. Damien Johnstone gets 9th position, and through an absolutely bat-crazy finish to the top 10, Brett Loxton comes out smelling of roses.
He does indeed, and Andrew Dyson classified 11th, just ahead of Sean Linsell and Adam Briggs, lucky 13th, but I don't know if there's going to be a penalty coming his way for that finish from race control. But Brian Borg in the pink 017 finishes in 14th position, with Thomas Hins coming home just a second behind. Ben Christensen, another 2.5 seconds back from those guys. Tom Freer in his first Scops start for Synergy Sim Racing finishes in 17th, with Jordan Ross coming behind him, James Mackay and Glenn Postlethwaite rounding out the 20.
And then we look over to the 3rd page here. Clint Shane Smith pitted very early in the race. He gets 21st position, with the Taipan car, Cameron Veacock 22nd, and Kurt Stenberg is able to get around and finish on the lead lap in 23rd. The lap down cars are Kenneth Latta, Michael Taliancic, and Hayden Veld, with the retirements, Jordan Caruso pulling it over after a drive-through penalty, Josh Thomas with a blown engine, Brenton Hobson not having the day that the 88 would definitely desire, Philip Worley running into troubles early on in the race, then just one more, I believe, that we have flipping over the page as well, that one being Kyle George, who was the cause of the opening section. Jay Kennedy and Christian Smart, of course, did not take to the start of the race as they were not eligible to take to the start. But we are going to ever so briefly step aside for one moment here when it comes to SimSpeed TV and the iRacing Esports Network. When we come back, it's the post-race show, and it's coming to you after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your virtual racing school V8SCOPS 2020 season 2 Easy Finance street sprints at the Detroit City, the Motor City, Belle Isle. It is all over and done with and in the books. And what a race that we found ourselves with here today. And of course, victory goes to the person I'm talking to right now, Forzan El Nabi. Forzan, that is a really, really strong defense. He's chasing you down 0.7 of a second a lap is Madison down, and then you find yourself having to be the widest car in all of the Motor City. You managed to do just enough to hold that off, but your heart surely would have been in your mouth on the last lap.
Yeah, no, I was really happy after that. I mean, considering what happened at Interlagos, I reckon it was important not to make it 2 in a row against Madison. So, yeah, really happy. Had to drive under a lot of pressure. He's coming really fast, and obviously his strategy was on point as well. So, credits to him. I think the redress at the end was good sportsmanship by him. But yeah, all in all, I think we deserve that win tonight, and I'm just really happy for all the boys, all my team, and myself. So yeah, just really happy.
Let's talk strategy then, because it looked like you were going for the conventional, split it up into relatively even stints of 3 here today, and on top of that, you had yourself a few rivals behind who are in a similar position to you, Andrew Gilliam, Jordan Caruso. Those two coming together, was that maybe the emphasis that you needed, that, okay, it's going to be one-on-one with me and the championship leader?
Yeah, I don't know what happened between the both of them. I think they both collided with each other. So yeah, that gave me the free kick. Once I saw Andrew Gilliam drop down, my relative, then I thought, yeah, it's just going to be about me and Mads. I reckon Mads had the better strategy overall, but I think, our race pace was really good. And considering it's Belle Isle and it's a tough track to pass, I reckon the job was just to hold a straight line and bring the car home clean, which I did.
Well, you brought the car home clean. That was the key. And well, now you start to think about, okay, what's next on the horizon? Belle Isle is all wrapped up. It's the driver's choice, though, and there's a very, very small turnover for that. Spa-Francorchamps coming up. So how's that going to be feeling? A track which is completely different in terms of this Belle Isle. A lot more open, a lot more expansive, and a lot more to do with trying to be within a slipstream range to go and really slingshot those overtakes.
Yeah, Spa's a tough track, especially in these cars, I reckon. So, yeah, it's going to be about maybe putting in some laps and just getting the best out of the setup and whatnot. Obviously, at this time of the year, it's really busy with just some racing commitments and stuff. So, I think there's got to be a bit of time management and that and stuff to try and get some laps in within a short turnaround. So, we'll look forward to Spa, and then we'll go to the finale at Road America, and we'll see what happens.
Stage is yours, Forzan. Shout out sponsors, anyone you'd like to thank for the big victory today at Belle Isle.
Just a massive shout out to my team, United Sim Sports, all the boys there. Lots of help from them. Too Easy Finance, Western Mazda, Paramount Suzuki Ute, and Valvoline. Big thanks to Cole, Jamie, and I think Vargs as well with the setup. It's awesome setup to drive, and credit to them goes to them as much as it goes to me. So very happy.
Forzan El Nabi then picking up the big race victory. Second position, though, would go to Madison Down, stood by with Reese Gardner.
Indeed. Welcome to the commentary box, Mad. Congratulations on the second place. Let's start with qualifying. Of course, we went for the full field shootout, so you only had 1 lap to get it right, but not a pole position start for you, starting down in 4th. Did you think the conditions just weren't on your side?
No, to be honest, I was pretty conservative. I just wanted to make sure I was going to start up the pointy end in the front couple of rows and did everything I could to make sure I put together a clean lap with no wall touches. The wall touch obviously would have put me pretty much dead last. Very, very few people had invalidated laps, so just needed to make sure I stayed up the front. Tonight was a big championship night, really. Just make sure we score points and get them on the board. Been a bit preoccupied with the Supercars Pro E-Series, so just mainly a night of safety for me with qualifying.
It was a night of a risky-looking strategy, though, because you went for that really long first run. I was amazed at how you were able to maintain the pace over that stint. So this Trans-Tasman car, obviously pretty good on tyres around here.
Yeah, actually a little bit better than we thought. We did tune it for the long run. We had a bit of a mindset of doing that even before the race started, so we tuned it for the long run, and it probably went a little bit better than we expected it to. The car held onto its tyres really well, and we knew the exact point where the degradation would start to plateau, but it held on even better than we expected. So we decided to actually run the tank dry in that first stint, and it paid off amazingly well. We didn't come out too far back, but yeah, high risk, but at the same time, clean air at this place is worth a lot and takes a lot of that risk away.
Yeah, it certainly does. Now, the incident between you and Forza El Nabi, I guess it was just a case of you needed to try it. It was the last lap. It was the last proper overtaking opportunity.
Yeah, basically. Didn't really have a chance in most places in that last lap. I was pretty close in the last sector there, and really that was the only chance that I really had, and it was a very slim chance at that. But knowing the margin we had behind us, and you know, it was there, but it wasn't, and I wasn't far enough up realistically. I had to have a go. Such a tough place to pass, and yeah, Forzen didn't make any mistakes this round. So at Interlagos, he made a bit of an error and handed me the win, so not to be tonight, but great to have the Virtual Racing School TTR car back up the front again on the podium.
Yes, indeed, and with that second position, you are still secure in the lead of the championship coming into Spa-Francorchamps and Road America, so I guess now your thoughts will turn to just consolidating that.
Absolutely, yeah. There's 2 rounds to go. I haven't had a close look at the championship yet, but I know we've got a little bit of margin to play with. So, as I said, tonight was a lot about just getting through a risky round like a street circuit tonight and get those points on the board. But the big one is obviously the final round at Road America, where you can't use a drop round. So that's really what it's going to come down to, and we'll be working hard to just keep notching up those points or high points finishes, and hopefully we're at the top at the end.
We shall see. Before we let you go, Madison Down, anyone that you'd like to thank from the TTR stable?
Yeah, big thanks to Virtual Racing School. That was actually on the Virtual Racing School setup tonight, so it's actually turned out to be really competitive, the data pack setup. Big thanks to Bianti Model Cars as well for their support through the series, and also tonight, Jake Maloney and Richard Hempstead. Those guys helped a huge amount with strategy, and they were really watching my back while we were doing those long runs and trying to call the shots as best we could. So those guys really strategized us to a really good result tonight, so big thanks to them.
Thank you very much, Madison Down. Second place in this round of Scops at Belle Isle. And of course, Sperry, we do have one more driver interview to go through. You stood by with James Scott.
I certainly am. Now, James, that was a quiet race, I think we could say, by your standards. You kept it out of trouble. You didn't really go out there, push the needle too much, but effectively you just saw other drivers around you run themselves into troubles, and then P3 fell in your lap.
Yeah, that's pretty much the story of my race. It was a quiet first stint. I noticed I didn't really have the pace of the front 4 guys or whatever it was. So yeah, I just really tried to keep out of trouble, keep it off the walls, and yeah, I think Andrew and Jordan came together. I haven't even looked at the incident, to be honest, but unlucky to those guys. But yeah, I was there to pick up the pieces.
You picked up the pieces, you did very well. Now, middle stint, you found yourself sitting behind a Kobe Jones. Was that maybe a little bit surprising, given the fact that he hasn't been up there that far in the championship really too much this season?
I've seen Kobe doing some practice this week. He's obviously very good around here. I opted to put a lot of fuel in at the first stop, but then that sort of hurt me a little bit because I was stuck behind him and couldn't really get past. It's obviously extremely hard to pass here. But yeah, he's doing an awesome job, so well done to him as well.
It's been a very consistent season for you with many consistent top 10 finishes. It puts you inside the top 5 in the championship, but ultimately, when you have a race like today, it's another consistent top 5. Do you feel like you're maybe missing like a 10th or 2 maybe to turn a couple of those battles that you've had where you've been P5, P6, P7 into those P3s and P2s and podiums, which could have maybe put you in a better position to challenge for this championship?
Yeah, that's exactly right. This field's so competitive. Like 1 or 2 tenths can definitely be the difference between being at the front or being at the back end of the top 10. So yeah, if I could find just 1 to 2 tenths extra, that'll definitely be happy. So I'm definitely working hard. So hopefully next season we can give it a red hot shot.
Well, we're definitely seeing the fruits of the labour. You got one race win at the start of the season, of course, this year, but it's third place today. Before we let you go, shout out sponsors, anyone you'd like to thank.
Obviously all the guys at Altus Esports. Jordan did a great job with the setup this week, and we've been working really well as a team with Brady and Sam as well. And also all our great sponsors, Logitech G, Astro Gaming, Cube Controls, Own 3D, Race Tech Seats, and obviously you guys for putting on a great broadcast and the series admin.
No worries at all. James Scott then, third position for the Altus team, can be very happy with that sort of result. But Reese, we're about to bring things to a close. The final thoughts, though, as we turn away from where we are right now at Belle Isle, and we're going back to Europe here for one final run. It's the Driver's Choice track, and it's the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps.
And it's going to be a super sprint round as well, so we'll have 2 races of split one action for you then. Be sure to catch that in the next couple of weeks on the iRacing Esports Network. But I certainly reckon this championship fight is going to be intense. Madison Down is currently in damage limitation mode, trying to secure this title, and Forzen El Nabi is the outside shot, waiting for a chance of success. What can James Scott do in the final 2 rounds as well? He's still up there. Either way, bring on Spa. Can't wait to see them go into Eau Rouge for the first time.
The only place you can catch that is the iRacing Esports Network, so make sure you get yourself in on the action for that. But a massive thanks to those who have got it done for us here today, from Motum Simulations who have been on the replay, Oceanic Sim Racing who have put together this wonderful event, the likes of Too Easy Finance, your race sponsor here for the Detroit Street Sprint, and of course to the title sponsor of this series, the Virtual Racing School. Scops 2020 never ceases to amaze with SimSpeed TV. That's been Jay Kennedy on the cameras, Reese Gardner, the Southpaw Racer, on my left-hand side of myself, Jake Sperry. It is Forzan's day here today, his evening, his night, his everything, and he'll be happy that he's got himself back on a track where 1 round ago he said championship's all over, but it's not over yet. He found the win, he loosened the pressure off on himself, and now Spa-Francorchamps. 3 more rounds of this championship to go, and he'll be feeling like he needs to find that formula that gives him victory on victory on victory. Will he find it, though, at the Driver's Choice? Well, the only place you'll find that is with the iRacing Esports Network and SimSpeed TV, and we will see you then.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rhythm, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God!
Big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go! Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?